Hey, GD.
Hey, Jason, how are you?
Good. Just let me turn off the other one. There you go. There won't be any more feedback. So, what's been up to? We just briefly talked before, but
Oh, can you hear me all right?
yeah, I hear you good.
Oh, yeah, I'm about halfway through cleaning up my shop.
Okay.
Got some rain the other night, and the herd of goats came in to the area where my shop is, and I had left the door cracked, and we got a big rain.
Yeah.
So the shop filled up with goats escaping the rain. They knocked over all kinds of stuff, pooped and peed all over everything, knocked the tool box over. So wrenches and sockets were all over the floor. Huge mess.
They like to get in trouble.
And then we had some wind the other night. Had a tree limb fall on a fence. I've got to go fix that today. Brand new fence.
Yeah, the one you were talking about with the flood waters. Remember, you were saying you had to clean up a whole mess too with the.
Yeah, that was a different fence issue, but that's an ongoing issue is maintaining fence.
Yeah. Sounds busy.
Have you been enjoying your time off?
Well, yesterday was my first day, so yeah, I'm enjoying it. Still got a lot of stuff to deal with, but it's good to be home. Now I'm home alone though. I I woke up at 10:30. I slept in and nobody is here. So I said, good, I can go play. I can jump online, knock at my friend JD's door. Hey, can JD come out and play? You know?
For a little while.
Yeah. So I still need a bit of therapy after the discussion. It quite bothered me about raising the chickens and only having 2 deaths, and how the deaths would be short duration, short intensity. And from the vegan's own admission, said that his diet would probably have to do 1,000 wild animal deaths indirectly. No, I said indirectly. We could put it at 100, but based on the point that I brought up, I don't see how they have any foot to stand on. I mean, obviously they can do some kind of mental gymnastics for their own community and themselves, but I think it's quite clear that the game is over if anybody other than a brainwashed vegan listens to that and hears that a vegan would rather kill hundreds, if not thousands, of wild animals for their meal indirectly, closing their eyes and going la 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 la, I can't hear, and somebody being honest and saying, no, I've set it up where I think I can have 2 deaths and make sure the animals lived a good life and was protected. I don't see a possibility any sane person being able to refute that. But yeah, here we are. You want to divulge, because you've been immersed into this madness for many years and stuff like that, to the outside person, what's going on in this vegan brain, to be able to debunk that, to be able to just like brush that aside?
Well, I really think it boils down to, it exposes the fact that veganism is not about preventing animal suffering and death. That's their stated purpose, but it used to be their stated purpose, and they've changed that because the crop deaths issue has become a lot more well known. And so in the very beginning, I say the very beginning, up until, say, 3-4 years ago, the vegans were saying, go vegan. You don't have to kill animals. You should feel bad as a meat eater or a carnist because you're having to kill animals for your food when that's not necessary, despite the fact that we both know that it is necessary to consume animal products if you want all of the essential nutrients required to be a healthy human being. Yeah. And then there were a couple others, but, and I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm really the only person in the so-called carnivore community or the anti-vegan community or the truth about veganism community that's been focusing on this issue and trying to get the facts out there regarding how harmful and deadly the mainstream crop agriculture really is that provides the items on the vegan menu. And so in the very beginning, it was veganism is cruelty free. And then it went to, okay, well, veganism is cruelty free, but yes, there is some animal death because there are some animals that are too stupid and too slow to get out of the way of the harvesters. And then it was, oh, well, yeah, there's, and so the excuse there was it's unintentional. And then it was, okay, the crop protection does exist, but it's isolated to just insects, and we don't care about insects, even though they don't allow people to consume honey in the cult because honey supposedly exploits bees, which are insects. So they have this double standard. And so then it was exposed that it's not just insects, but it's animals like deer and raccoons and rabbits and pigs and doves and swans, and you can list out the thousands of different species that are targeted in the act of crop protection. And so they painted themselves into a corner with their intellectual dishonesty. And so now they've invented this idea that it's all about animal rights, and that if you breed, they say breed an animal into existence, which they're referring to artificial insemination. And with chickens and beef cattle, for instance, less than 10% of the cows are impregnated using artificial insemination. Mm-hmm. So the majority of the procreation that occurs with cattle isn't through artificial insemination. It happens because the cattle have a innate desire to pass on their genetic heritage into future generations. And so, but their claim is breeding an animal into an existence is a rights violation. Raising that animal is a rights violation, and then killing that animal to eat it is a rights violation. Meanwhile, they're growing these crops. The crops return to the land and begin to forage on the crops. Therefore, they own the deed to the property. Legally, they own the property. That's their property. The animals that come there to eat the crops are the ones that are guilty of a rights violation, and therefore they're justified in shooting that animal in the face.
So when they're starting to talk about rights violations, I haven't looked at the details. I mean, obviously there are animal rights, so that we don't abuse animals. But these new right violations, are these kind of like trying to paint on human rights onto the animals, rights that humans have, like additional rights, or are these just the typical rights that they've always had, or are they trying to add like human rights to them?
Yes, they want them to have human rights, although there are certain rights that they're not going to afford these animals. For instance, if you've got a garden and some homeless guy, hungry, climbs the fence, enters your garden, you can't shoot him in the face. So, because he's got human rights, I mean, he's got a right to at least a fair trial and a judge and jury before he's punished in any way for doing that. He's certainly not going to be sentenced to death for eating an apple out of your apple tree.
For now.
So those types of human rights, they're not willing to afford the animals. It's really an intellectually dishonest cope is what it is.
Yeah, because you wouldn't shoot somebody trying to steal any of those produce. You don't shoot them. So it's like they'll give somewhat human rights, but then after they'll just say, well, no, we'll take away your human rights when you're coming close to the crops, and we'll shoot you. So a large part, for sure, I don't see any way on a large scale of ever, at least anytime soon, ridding ourselves of all these chemicals, the pesticides, the insecticides, the fungicides, all of these things. To me, that it seems like there's no way of switching to a more ethical, meaning no animal and stuff like that. If we would stop feeding the cows or the ruminant animals, the livestock that don't really require that, and we just allow them, we just transform a lot of these fields that were being used, let's say, to feed animals, and that's not completely correct. Can't we just like have the animals on there? And the animals would be eating the grasslands, and the grasslands, to me, do they need to be sprayed, or can they just be naturally growing? That means the cows are naturally eating what they're made to eat. It's free. It's helped by rainwater. and that's a free source of food that Mother Earth gives us to develop another, in a way, free source of food, which would be beef. Beef, like, so this is a possibility. This is a possibility that I've mentioned to vegans that they want nothing to do with, right? They don't care about solutions again. I'm just trying to like point out, because you're a lot more used to talking with these. I just started, and already I'm appalled just having like a few conversations. Would this be a reality? They say it's not, JD, but I mean, obviously it's more complex than that. But how would you see this, like switching everything over to something more in line with ecology, with what we had before? Like, do you have some thoughts on that?
Well,
Or?
one of the excuses that vegans use to rationalize their deadly diet is, hey, we're not responsible for these animal deaths because we're not the ones that are killing the animals. And so that would be the same for you. You eat meat. How many animals have you killed in the last year that you've eaten? Right. So you're not directly killing the animals either. So that's an empty excuse from a vegan perspective. It's an intellectually dishonest cope, obviously. Yeah. And then they say, well, these crop farmers that we rely upon are not vegan, and so this is why all of these animals are dying and being shot and poisoned. And what that does is that reveals veganism as insincere, because if these vegans were sincere, then there would be a visible movement of vegans infiltrating the crop agriculture sector so that they could grow crops without exploiting or killing or affecting animals in any way. The problem is that you can't grow crops without affecting animals in any way, because crops are food, and animals, to begin with, if you're going to grow crops, the first thing that has to happen is you have to enter a territory that's already inhabited by a bunch of wild animals, and you've got to exploit them by plowing through their home, displacing them, running them off into adjacent areas where you've caused an overpopulation area, because in the field of ecology, there's something called dispersion rate, and so you can go in and you can get like an average distance that squirrels will, because every animal is territorial. Yeah. And the reason they're territorial is because there's only a certain amount of natural resources to go around for those animals. And so if you displace all of the animals out of an acre, then those animals if they're not killed in the process of you displacing them and destroying the soil to grow the crops, then those animals are going to end up entering other territory. Then there'll be conflicts between the animals. Some of the animals will die in those conflicts. And then the animals that don't die in the conflicts, they will all be targeting the same resources, and the dispersion rate now becomes where they're closer together, and there'll be a certain number of these animals that starve to death, probably about 50% in those adjacent regions. So the fact that we don't see vegans entering the crop agriculture sector, and they're just happy to sit there, and any product that puts any plant product, any product that puts the vegan label on it, they don't ask the hard questions. It's just like this veganic farming that they continue to use as a cope, which I've talked to different so-called veganic farmers. They're making these claims that they're getting by without any inputs, but then you look into it, you start asking the hard questions, and turns out that, they're using gargantuan amounts of wood chips. They're using synthetic nitrogen when needed, and they always throw that when needed. These inputs cost money. So if you go to a conventional crop farmer, he's only going to put those expensive inputs on the crops when needed. He's not doing it whenever it's not needed. So that's not a difference between so-called veganic farming and conventional farming. They're all using these synthetic and mined inputs like the mined phosphorus, the mined potassium. That's destroying huge swaths of ecosystem and killing animals. There's tons of runoff. There's oceanic dead zones. There's red tides. Manatees are washing up on shore. This is because of crop agriculture. And then, of course, they've got that old BS excuse where they say, well, the majority of the crops are being grown to feed the livestock, whereas the UN recently published a study proving that 86% of the world's livestock feed, commercial feed, is made up of byproducts, residue like corn stalks, or the leftover residue from the production of ethanol, or the leftover residue from the production of soybean oil. And so the leftover refuse that humans can't digest, they found a market for it in the livestock sector. But that doesn't mean that those crops are being grown specifically to feed the livestock. And the fact that vegans continue to tell that lie while not infiltrating the crop agriculture to fix those things that are wrong with it, and from their perspective that these animals are being killed and they're being harmed, just really sheds a light on the fact that veganism by and large is an insincere misanthropic cult of lies.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's honest, and that's I guess that's the benefits of having to deal with one-on-one socially these people, is that the other people are watching. People that are genuine are watching. There are, to a certain extent, I believe, vegans that really just they're duped, they're fooled. They might be early on in their vegan journey. They think that they're doing something good and then it's right. And there's sure a large majority now, but especially seems like now the headquarters of veganism seems to be on YouTube. It seems like now whatever they want, they seem to be the mouthpiece, the propaganda mouthpiece. I don't know. Seems like ever since you started talking about crop deaths, I don't know if it's coincidence. Maybe it has nothing to do with you, but you start talking about crop deaths, you start like making them look bad about that. All of a sudden now there's like almost a official universal change on the definition of veganism. So congratulations. We know why that's happening. You're changing the world one vegan at a time there, JD. But yeah, no, I'm serious. It is impressive because they have totally changed their tune. And I think that the knife in their side, at least in front of the public, is anybody who goes up to a vegan like Joey Carbstrong and says, actually, I own chickens, I don't kill them, and I kill 2 animals that are ethically grown, and I admit that those are deaths. They're done quite quickly. How many deaths do you do? And that's it. No, every vegan will be shut up if somebody says, I've chose to do this. This reduces animal cruelty and is better on all levels. I want what kind of got on my nerves was when he said that, like calories, it's all about calories. So that if I'm saving money, not eating for 2.5 months, I know he was saying in a way, if your weight remains the same. So I understand what he's saying. Like you're not eating here, but you're binge eating. Yeah, that's quite possible. I don't think that it was worth going down and explaining to him that there is a satiety mechanism that you actually will lose weight. You'll tend to get very close to your ideal body weight. And then after, your appetite will stabilize and you'll continue eating the human appropriate food. So I know that a calorie and a calorie and a calorie, to a certain extent, yes, there is math. But what I was trying to tell him was each macronutrient does have a very different metabolic response in your body. If you're just feeding the majority, I was trying to say, carbohydrates, that's just fuel. So it'll burn up as much as it wants, it'll store as much as it wants, and it'll turn to fat, whatever it can't use immediately. If you're eating protein and fat, it's different. Fat doesn't have, a insulin spike. It doesn't have that kind of response. So you're not going to readily store fat if you're eating a lot of fat. Anyways, we could go into that on the specific keto chain, but he was dead wrong. There are diets, there are macronutrients that you can eat that will keep you hungry. You will keep on eating, even though you have fat stores collecting. There's a wrong way. There's a way of switching up macronutrients where you're always starved, where you're not putting on good body composition, you're not getting the fat you need, your hormones aren't getting optimized, and you're skimping on the protein. So you're getting this squishy fat kind of person with a poor body composition. And what I'm saying is, if you eat a human appropriate diet, plenty of animal fat, animal protein, and animal cholesterol, your appetite will go down a lot. You won't be wasting money buying cereals, buying crisps, buying all of these other things that are stoking your hunger. So the vegan, that McCaffrey, that was saying like, oh no, it's not true. You're eating a human appropriate diet now. You've gotten lean. You're eating a lot less. You can fast a lot more. You're eating historically what we've been eating. But yeah, and it's probably better for the environment because you're literally not consuming for months, especially when you're in your fat loss. And he blew all of those down. He blew them all away as if they were meaningless. So I thought that was frustrating and pathetic, because that you can't have a real conversation with them, even on things like fasting and stuff like that shouldn't even be up for debate within the nutrition health community. Fasting is pretty unanimous. I didn't think the debate was still up. You have anything to add on those thoughts?
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think it's a difficult way to get that point across, because then you get into almost like you're coaching them in the keto diet, right? And that's that angle, arguing with the vegan, I don't think is an effective angle, but on a similar angle is what I've got up on the screen right now. Whereas there's lots of different nutrients that we could talk about with their digestibility and their bioavailability. However, protein, for instance, 60 to 80% digestibility on average. And so there's, something like spinach, it's even lower than that, much lower, more like 2% digestibility. And so the fact that vegans have to eat so much more food to get their protein needs because of the reduced bioavailability due to the fact that it's not digestible, it's not easily absorbed, it's not complete. And so you have to end up eating gargantuan amounts of food. So the amount of food that a vegan is going to have to eat is going to be much higher than like an omnivore or someone who's a meat-based diet. And then also, you could go into subjects like the average vegan poops like 4 times a day.
Yeah.
And I have a video calculating the amount of water that would be required for all of that flushing. And there's not, they're talking about the water that cattle drink. Well, most of that cattle, the water that cattle drink comes from the sky. It rains down and it enters streams and ponds, and the majority of the water that cattle drink comes from those sources. And then most of that water that enters the cow is, part of it is going to be exhaled in water vapor. So it's going to enter the atmosphere and become part of the next time it rains, those water molecules are likely to be a part of the rainfall, and then the other part of the water that they're not exhaling is the urine, which ends up watering the plants, and not only watering them, but watering them with nutrient dense water, urine, with nitrogen and all the things that the plants need.
Yeah.
And so the water that enters a cow doesn't go into a black hole and disappear from the universe forever. It re-enters the cycle. Meanwhile, the water that these vegans are flushing because of these frequent bowel movements that vegans have, that water has to go into the sewer system. It's creating a drag on our infrastructure. It's requiring all of these, it has to go to a wastewater management facility where it's chemically treated and is a major environmental pollutant. And so, there's lots of facets about regarding the downside, the dark side of veganism that vegans just won't look at because they're not being honest. It's not an honest cult. Their whole, they tend to be misanthropic. They tend to be of the mindset that they just want to control human beings. And, they'll say that veganism is not about your health, asshole. It's about the animals. So that even if you're sick and dying, you can't justify eating animal foods in their mind because you should be willing to sacrifice your health and your life for the animals.
Yeah. This is what, I don't know if you see it, but this here, this is just like a bacon, but like not processed or anything. It's just cut off the pig, so it doesn't have like any of the nitrates or anything. It's just straight off the pig.
Yeah, that's got a lot of meat on it.
Yeah, it's a whole pack. That's why I find it's economical. It's like, oh, I found this for $20. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna munch on that for this week and stuff like that. I just take it that way, like a catch, and then I'll go off to the next meat. But when food's super expensive, oh, there's my catch. A human living off that much stuff for a week is like thriving. Probably live more than that. That's kind of what I do. I'll buy like a pack, buy a blade roast. Oh, there's my catch. And then I'm so boring. I'll just like, okay, I'll go through this and then the next thing. But
well, you know how vegans are always the vegan diet is low in calcium.
Yeah.
And diets that are low in calcium have been proven to lead to colon cancer. In fact, one of the scientists that published that American Dietetics Association position paper, the one that the vegans are always, the one that's expired that they chose. Yeah. They said, we don't have a position on vegan diets anymore. I think one of the reasons why they chose not to have that position anymore is because one of the primary scientists that authored that paper died of colon cancer. And so I was doing some research, found out that it's not a very well-known fact. In fact, there's lots of disinformation claiming the contrary, saying that vegans tend to have lower rates of colon cancer. But everything that I found showed that vegans have a higher rate of colon cancer. And that's linked to the fact that the vegan diet tends to be deficient in calcium. And, for instance, you say, well, as a vegan, where are you getting your calcium? And one of the first things they'll say is spinach, because spinach on paper is high in calcium. However, only about 5% of the calcium in spinach is bioavailable.
Is it oxalate? Calcium oxalate, probably?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that most of the calcium is attached to an oxalate,
Yeah.
and so it's not bioavailable. It can enter the bloodstream, yes, but that doesn't mean that it's available to your biology. If it's attached to an oxalate, it's more apt to become deposited either in the gallbladder or in the kidneys. In fact, the most common form of kidney stone is calcium oxalate, which is exactly what's in spinach. But the vegans will say, no, what causes calcium oxalate stones is eating meat. You say, okay, well, how much calcium oxalate is in meat? 0, So it's just.
I think calcium carbonate is often in animal food. That's well absorbed, I guess. Calcium carbonate, I think. Plus, like, omnivores alike, we're all deficient in vitamin K2. And I think a large part of the vitamin K2 deficiency is actually moving away from ruminant animals that are eating grass-fed nutrition. A large part of the K2 in the form, like, as you said, MK4, not MK7 that you get in supplements. So people are not getting this fat activator. It's a fat soluble vitamin. There's K1, there's K2. Within K2, there's MK7 and K4. The magic bullet, the magic guy is MK2, more specifically in only animal food, MK4. And this is, among other things, what will shuttle the calcium into the proper locations that your body requires. So it's like a signaler. And if that signaler ain't there, that air traffic controller is not there to shuttle the calcium where it needs to be, it's going to go in the wrong place, causing calcinosis in varying areas, such as JD mentioned, even your arteries. So we are in a deficiency of K2 in the form of MK, and that largely is because we're moving away from grass-fed animals, from the natural way that the animals. The minute you start doing something different, things aren't going to remain optimal. Go ahead, JD.
Well, here's some of the evidence. This is from the National Cancer Institute, talking about a study that showed that diets high in calcium reduce cancer risk by approximately 28%, as far as colon cancer, colorectal cancer, and on a related note, one of the things that vegans demonize and want to legislate, want to criminalize it, is dairy. And the most bioavailable source of calcium is cow's milk. Yes. So this, to me, is just further proof that veganism tends to be misanthropic in nature, and that they will. I was watching one of the live streams on Carson's Reasonable Vegan channel, and this vegan was explaining to him that, perhaps the vegan diet is deficient in some nutrients, but what's the worst thing that's going to happen? Maybe your energy level's a little bit low. So what? I mean, just because your energy level is a little bit low, you're going to try to justify killing animals. That's just wrong. Meanwhile, that's the level of ignorance, because, for instance, let's say this is a pregnant woman who's deficient, and she's feeling the symptoms of these deficiency as tiredness and lethargy. But what are some of the dangers of living that way as a human being? Well, let's say that she's got just enough nutrients to be fertile. She ends up getting pregnant, but she doesn't have the nutrients to produce a healthy baby, and she ends up having a baby with a profoundly damaging birth defect as a result of this vegan mindset that it's okay to be nutritionally deficient as a human being. This is the kind of collateral damage to human lives that the vegan diet is causing But these vegans are so, what they're suffering from is a messiah complex, where they think that they were born into this universe, which has been around for eons, and all this system was not. They didn't create any of this. They're only going to be here for less than a blink of a cosmological. They're here for just a short time, but they believe that they are so morally superior than this universe and or the creator of this universe, that they get to come and do things like shoot a lion for eating a zebra, or wipe out all the predator species, and if you were to try to do that, wipe out all the predator species, then you'd have an overpopulation of the prey species, and they would have a population explosion, which would lead to resources being depleted, and so you'd have a spike in the population followed by a complete crash of the population.
Just in case for other people that have never heard that, maybe go a little slower. What happens? Like, why do predators? Why are they necessary in the cycle with the ruminant animals? Because you kind of said without them, this would happen this way. Well, yeah, kind of explain. Like no. If there were no predators, this is what the ruminant animals would do. That would cause this, and the cascade of just removing what vegans think is a bad thing in nature. Predators are bad, just like in Disney. You're bad. They're bad people. You got to take them out of nature. They're killers. So what happens when, again, man comes and starts fuddling around with God's natural cycles? What would happen if predators did not exist? What would happen to the land?
Well, like it says here on the screen, without predators, prey can become overabundant. This can result in damage to local plants. So the plants that these prey animals are consuming, they get wiped out because there's so many herbivores, for instance, eating these plants. The plants that are part of this herbivore species diet become extinct in the region, and so now there's nothing for them to eat. And then it leads to disease outbreaks because of the overpopulation. Like in Yellowstone Park, they found when they removed the wolves, the ecosystem just went to hell, and the plant life became less lush, less abundant, less healthy. For a short time, the herbivores overpopulated, and then the herbivore population dropped almost to zero, and then it wasn't recovering, because you have to have predators in the wild for the herbivores to thrive. It's counterintuitive because it seems like it would be the other way around. But this is the danger of the vegan cult, in that they wallow in ignorance. I've been trying to get these vegans that we've been interacting with lately to spend a little bit of time, just spend a fraction of the time that you spend with these wild hypotheticals, talking about, how should we kill ex-vegans? Do these ex-vegans deserve to live? And what if there was a speaking chimpanzee, and all of these wild hypotheticals, if they would spend a fraction of the time that they do wallowing in these wild hypotheticals where they're trying to justify murdering non-vegans, and spend a little bit of that time actually learning about the side of crop agriculture that they've been ignoring, and all of the facets of crop agriculture, like its reliance upon petroleum, the synthetic nitrogen and the methane emissions involved with that.
Let's go a little bit more into that. Let's say for somebody who's unaware, because yes, that's all the public hears. It's cows, meat, bad for the environment, sucking all the fossil fuels, sucking all our resources. Meat's horrible. But if we transition to a plant-based utopia, everything's solved, JD. everything seems to be solved. You want to kind of go into that? Is that an accurate statement saying that if we'd stop eating for taste pleasure, as the vegans say, even though they're constantly trying to make meals that are devoid of nutrient so that they taste a bit like the food, they're obsessed with taste pleasure. We don't really obsess about taste. We enjoy our food. That was good, and off we go. Go ahead, JD.
Yeah, there's a lot of projection coming from the vegans. You know, they'll say, well, some of them will admit that the vegan diet is missing a bunch of nutrients. Well, some of them will lie and say, well, it's the only nutrient that it's missing is B12, when in reality, B12 is just one of many. For instance, choline, creatine, vitamin A, vitamin B6, vitamin D, vitamin F, K2, MK4, heme iron,
Taurine,
taurine, CoQ10, CLA,
D3,
carnosine, carnitine,
DPA, DHA.
So B12 is just one of many that it's completely missing or deficient in. Yeah. And so, whereas people who eat meat, they may, like you said, they may enjoy it. Yeah, it was good, and it's probably good for a reason. You know, we're programmed to enjoy foods that are nutritious, and that's there are ways to take advantage of some of the buttons that are pushed by nutritious food with these ultra processed foods, where they produce these foods mostly plant-based with seed oils and excess sugar and excess starch and just swimming with pesticides.
Yeah.
But they mix these chemicals together in order to hit that sweet spot of taste pleasure. And so and then the vegans will say, well, yeah, the vegan diet is deficient in these nutrients. However, we can take supplements. And the science has shown again and again and again that taking supplements is not as healthy as getting your micronutrients from food. When you get it in food, naturally it comes with a synergistic mixture of natural nutrients that are bioavailable, bioidentical. A lot of these synthetic nutrients are not bioidentical. Some of them are mirrors of, in other words, they're the real.
I think the analog.
Well, yeah, some of them are analogs, but some of them, the real nutrient might be with a carbon on this side, whereas the synthetic version, the carbon is on this side. And so it doesn't have the same effect, and it has side effects that the real nutrient doesn't have. And then there are nutrients that have to come with other nutrients in order to work optimally in the human body. And so if you're just eating a plant-based diet, and we're still learning about human biochemistry. We don't know everything about it yet. And so this idea that you can eat a plant-based diet devoid of all these nutrients and then cherry pick which supplements you want to take, you may not be taking them in the correct ratio. The ratio that you're taking them in might actually be undercutting the ability of some of these nutrients to even do their job. They're not as bioavailable. They're not as bioactive. There's all kinds of problems with relying upon supplements.
The other thing too is we can look at, I had briefly in previous videos looking at hormones signaling either hunger and satiety, and how certain macronutrients do stimulate satiety mechanisms that give feedback to your body to say, I'm full. I'd have to look into a little more detail. To my knowledge, carbohydrates don't really have that signal. It wouldn't make sense in nature to have a signal to stop eating carbohydrates, because they would be a luxury. It would be something that humans would want to add on top of proteins and fats. to mix those fuels to create some fat storage in my mind. But there's one interesting thing is, if we look into rabbit starvation, when people were eating meat that was too lean, they weren't able to get, the animals were lean, they were lean. And when they would eat this, they would be eating just large amounts of protein. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole mechanism, and it's more complex than this, but basically they could stuff as much rabbit meat, lean meat into their face as they wanted, and they were perpetually hungry. Obviously, this led to other nutritional deficiencies, but the whole point is it's not only about filling your belly. Fat is necessary, and animal fat. This is the appropriate fat, and it's important too because along with having it's needed for the structure of your body. It's a good fuel source as well. It also signals satiety. So I think another diet where we're skimping on fats in our standard diets, skimping very much on fats, relying on tons of fuel and telling them to limit the calories. I think that there's no appropriate satiety mechanism. I think also that there's evidence that these overweight people have, to a certain extent, resistance to those signals saying stop eating, stop eating. So it's a lot more complex of an issue than telling a fat person to stop eating so much and to move more, especially when you're trying to deal with doing that with still the majority of carbohydrates, skimping on the fat that would not spike insulin, that would keep these people fed. And we know that there was no reunions for the fattest loser or biggest loser, where the whole paradigm was excessive amount of activity with a very severe restriction, massive weight loss, and metabolism completely ruined by the end of that year, with all but one person ending up being able to keep it. So there is a certain way of losing weight, and that has to do with protecting, in my opinion, your metabolism through eating when you're hungry and eating a human appropriate food. This means your calories will vary day per day. The amount of time between meals will vary day per day, and this keeps your body guessing, and it's not a constant calorie restriction over the year, and your body will not smash and ruin its metabolism. Do you want to talk about anything like that, JD, about satiety mechanisms, the food that we eat, the differences of the three macronutrients, how they would react? Is a calorie? Or, like, I know you can probably go deeper into that.
Well, we know the studies have all shown that of all the different of the three different macronutrients, protein, fat, sugars, and any carbohydrate that we can digest will be broken down into sugars. For instance, the starch that makes up the potato, that's chains of glucose. Rice is glucose chains, so any of these white starches are actually chains of sugars. But yeah, the satiety studies show that the number one satiety micronutrient is fat, especially animal fat. And so there's one doctor that I was listening to last week who is a proponent of the animal-based ketogenic diet. And what she has her patients do on the first day of going keto is to eat nothing but butter.
Yeah, fat fast.
And so they just eat butter that first day. And she says the main reason that she does that is to allow this individual for the first time to experience real satiety, because the fat it cures the hunger so much. People think, before they try it, that, oh my God, I could just eat, if I eat nothing but butter, I'll be eating like, 12 sticks of butter in a day. But the fact is that they eat a little bit of butter and then they're not hungry anymore.
Yeah.
And so they have no cravings after eating just a little bit of butter. So the amount of butter that they end up eating on that first day is just a fraction of what they thought they would be eating.
Yeah. And it basically sets up metabolically. So you're fasting. So we know that, gluconeogenesis is maintaining our blood sugar. We have fatty acids flooding throughout the blood, ketones also being produced as energy. Insulin is not in the picture at that moment. We have a secretion of growth hormone as a signal to your body to concentrate on using fat, not the protein yet, in your muscle. So you have this sympathetic nervous system also during a fasted state that really keeps you like really focused and plenty of energy. So it's a wonderful self-driven mechanism, as long as we really don't tamper with it at all. But when you ingest some fat now, some butter, well, what's happening? Basically, you're just getting that fat seeping into your blood. You still have the ketones. You're really not getting that insulin spike. So it's in a way a fast mimicking diet, you could say. So yeah, I've wonderful suggestion. That's what I've suggested too. If you're doing prolonged fasting and you want to get that benefit, you got a lot of weight loss, like Bruce, my brother. Like if you don't want to break your fast and you want to just use those fats just as a way of like, I'm going to try it, and if I'm still hungry, I'll break it, but let me give a shot. And that can help you extend it as well. I think Bruce, he instinctively knows I'm leaving go of the carbohydrates. And during his refeeding, I was trying to make sure that he wasn't scared of fat as well, because it's counterintuitive, like, okay, I understand that the sugar, that's fattening, but I'm going to stick just to the protein because I feel comfortable with the protein, but the fat, not sure about that. I'm going to skip both of them. That's where you go wrong. That's what I used to do sometimes. A high protein, like just protein, used to lose the weight real fast. It wasn't sustainable. It wasn't healthy even. So yeah, I think that's the answer that I didn't have time to tell to a vegan when I was talking about, look, the way I'm eating, I just naturally went to my lean body mass, that what I was when I was 17. I'm rarely hungry, but when I do eat, I eat this food and it's tasty. I don't get fed up with that food. It's costing me a lot less money. Seems like I'm eating stuff that actually is not that expensive because fat is demonized and stuff. So it's not that expensive. If I would go after the organ meats, I'd be laughing. They'd be paying me to eat. And all of this adds up to less consumer, more autonomy, and an encouragement to go to local areas to form kind of little cliques in your own community. This is what my vision is. I'm not totally there. And I think that the vegan had zero answers to all 5 of them. I know I was talking fast and I was kind of trying to talk over what's his name, McCaffrey. It was a little bit rude, but that was kind of like how you're received very often, like at the end of your debate and stuff like that. You had a debate and you just got ran over. You were right, actually. It was just like, okay, he's exhausted. Now we're just going to pile drive over him, even like denying things like animal cecums. And just as long as I yell over him and then say, okay, well, bye, you're a liar, you won. So sorry, last channel. I was just trying to roast a little bit too, just trying to be a little bit of a bulldog. Because that's pretty much how the majority of the time you were accepted. But anyways, so what else? Rabbit starvation we went through. What about that vegan booty? Where was that video you showed? That brought joy to my heart, because that's like the typical new generation, clueless, still living in their parents' basement, OnlyFans, living on social media, shaking that booty and telling everybody 50, 60-year-old people that they're morons. I just like the way the real life farmer reacted. Are we able to look at that one, JD?
I don't have it pulled up right now, and I don't remember. I do remember what you're talking about, but what was it she was saying?
She said some kind of stupid thing about farming. I think it had to do with milk being rape, and this farmer, very a very calm farmer, said, "What you just said is a load of shit." He talks about how they take the excess that that in his farm, the kids are allowed to be with the mother, and he just kind of like gave the rundown of like you're talking about like the small percentage of large farms, and you're painting every single farmer with the same paintbrush.
Yeah, that was a dairy farmer.
Yeah.
And she was, it was the same conversation that I've had with vegans over and over again, is they accuse you of raping the animals because you're breeding them into existence with artificial insemination. They said, I don't use artificial insemination. I'm a dairy goat farmer. I have bucks that are out there that are breeding the goats when they're in heat. And so the goats are, the mama goats are welcoming the breeding because that's part of their natural drive to pass on their genetic heritage.
Yeah.
What we're doing is these species of animals are just like any other species. They want to propagate. They want to pass on their genes to the next generation. And what we're doing is we're giving them a safe place to do that. We're taking care of them. They get into this, oh no, they're slaves. You're enslaving these animals. Well, no, I don't. None of my animals do any work for me. They're not working for me. I'm not. If anything, I'm slave to them. I'm the one that's out there caring for them, making sure that they're, if need be, that they have shelter. If need be, that if there's not enough forage out there, I would make sure that they had food. And there's a reason. It's just like, there's lots of different species where two different species have paired up in a synergistic relationship, like that ant species with the aphids. Are you familiar with that one?
They herd them and they collect their sugary secretion that's beneficial for them, and they take care of them. So they're literally like herdsmen. These ants.
Yeah, they're raising these aphids, and the aphids benefit from the ants, and the ants benefit from the aphids. I'll pull up some.
That's a good. I use that one when they say human beings are the only animals on earth that take another animal to use their secretions. And I was like, again, you're ignorant. You don't know about nature. That's why you're coming up with all these stupid conclusions.
Yeah, it's we're just one of many species out there that have these synergistic relationship with another species. And the cow, for instance, has been extremely successful in populating the planet, because that's every species. It doesn't matter whether it's a plant or an insect or a mammal or a fish. It's everything that's got got chromosomes. Everything that's got DNA has a natural drive to populate the earth and pass those genes down to the next generation.
Yeah.
And
this is amazing.
The vegans want to demonize domesticated animals because we've helped them become so prominent on the earth, when really I think, primarily there are exceptions. Most of the vegans will drop off within the first 2 years. Those don't tend to be fanatical misanthropes. It's those that hang on, those that become activists, that tend to be antinatalist, misanthropes,
Yeah.
hate the human species. They want all the predators to be killed. They want all domesticated animals to be extinct. And so, as far as the generalizing all vegans, no, most vegans are not misanthropes, and that's why they quit within the first 2 years.
Yeah.
But those that hang on and become, huge activists, yes, they're primarily they're misanthropes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like now almost the headquarters for veganism really is a core handful of vegan YouTube influencers here, and what they say goes, which is quite interesting because you're a part of that. You're really challenging them, and I think the crop death was a major assault on their ideology, and I think that these people that are homesteading, I think the homesteaders that are just living off some chickens and slaughtering one or two animals and replenishing their soil and encouraging local and going off grid. There's nothing more ethical and close to the earth kind of way as doing that, and it shows from the response. JD, they don't have any response. If we just continue going with that, next year when I have this all set up, I'm just going to keep on leading with that. It's like, I'm sorry. The more you say that even 100 animals, 100 wild animals died because of your, large corporation, fossil fuel transportation required diet. 100, yes, you didn't do them. You didn't do it. And yes, I did 2 animals, but if we do the math, suffering, duration multiplied by intensity, anybody deep inside will know that nope. There are literally people that eat animals that are more ethical than people that avoid all animals, because in a way they're not avoiding all animals, and it's a lie. So I don't think that's why I'm not going to really talk with Carson after talking with McCaffrey. If McCaffrey's his handler, I don't see why anything new will be said. It's not like I'm going to say, here's my plan, and Reasonable Vegan's going to be like, wow, I never thought of that. You're just going to repeat the catchphrase, whatever Carson has said. So what else?
Carson, he's the only vegan right now that's talking about crop deaths. But when he's speaking to another vegan about it, he'll say, this is not crop deaths, we need to address crop deaths, but crop deaths.
Just keep on talking. JD, I got the phone. I got a phone, but just keep on talking.
Crop deaths are not a reason not to be vegan. And he'll confess that he doesn't know the numbers, but then in the next breath, he'll claim that he knows for sure that there's less animal suffering and death because of crop agriculture than animal agriculture, when he doesn't know the numbers. And I've tried to get him to help me calculate those numbers, but he hasn't really shown me that he's got the interest to do so, because every time I tune into his channel, he's focusing on other issues. It's not something that I think he has enough interest in to actually focus on it, so that he could say, well, yeah, it's not just rodenticides. I think he's latched onto the rodenticide issue because he's got a couple of guinea pigs that he's rescued, and so he has an affinity to rodents. He's exposed to rodents on a regular basis, and so it's that those rodenticide deaths are more tangible to him. Whereas, for instance, he'll say, well, the insecticides I'm not concerned with because I don't care about insects. Meanwhile, he'll say, well, you shouldn't eat honey because I choose not to eat honey because the bees are being exploited. but he won't address the fact that these insecticides are wiping out so many insects that the other species that rely on insects as a major food source, that they also are starving to death because the food sources are being wiped out by crop agriculture. So, yeah, up on the screen, I've got, I had forgotten the term, but it's species mutualism, which is when two species pair up in nature in order, and both species will benefit from the relationship. And so there's lots and lots of different species mutualism out there in the world. Here's one: flowers and bees. That's the mutualism. The bees benefit from the pollen. The flowers benefit from having the bees fertilize them.
Yeah. It's like a symbiotic relationship. Another way of saying mutualism.
Yeah.
There's like a symbiosis there that's occurring, and we see that all throughout nature, and see, like the way at least the way I look at, I look towards the past and say, when you go off track, okay, go back and start imitating nature. Like, we've gone off track. We've tried to be a little too creative, and every time we do, it seems like things don't work out. So we always have that going back to how, God made it, his systems and stuff like that. But we seem to we're so secularized that it's like, no, not even the past. Like, we can improve on it. And I think that's a big mistake. I think that we should be working within nature, not this like that. We're supposed to be within nature. Then it seems like we've been working around and outside of nature. Now we're working against nature. Like, we're not going to win. Just bring the animals back to the cycle that was occurring prior to industrialization. I mean, it seems to me before the soy meal was available, JD, on a large scale, which was early 20th century, prior to feeding them all this soy meal, then there were ranchers that were probably doing a lot of grass-fed ranchers, right? There were a lot of people in the community probably working on farms. That was probably one of the larger employments. Am I wrong?
Well, what I would point out about that is that the cattle are consuming less than 1% of any soy meal at all, period, in the world. And so, no, they're not feeding soy meal to cattle. They're feeding soy meal primarily to poultry and pigs.
Yeah.
But the cattle get virtually none of it. However, that's a lie that the vegans continue to tell, which is that most of the soy is grown to feed cattle. And the cattle aren't eating it. That's not what they're feeding cattle. They're feeding cattle primarily crop residues like corn stalks and spent grains like what's left over after ethanol production, what's left over after different alcoholic beverage production, what's left over after biodiesel production. So it's mostly processing residues and crop residues. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just pop up while you're talking about the percentages? I have the one we've used often.
Yeah.
The world soy. Do you have it popped up now?
It's popped up. Yeah. You'll probably need to, if you can, zoom in on that cattle number.
I don't know if I can zoom, but we can definitely go from this. Is this large enough?
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So over here, when they talk about all of that soy being given, you could look here. It says soybean processed to soy cake for feed. So all of this yellow section right down to here. Okay. If you look, like JD said, soybeans fed directly to livestock is only 7%, but look at the beef is only 0.5%. So a large part of the soy residues, this leftover from the oil extraction, is actually poultry's getting a large amount, pigs as well, and direct soybeans like that are not processed, just given it's 7%. So we could see that this is where the huge lie of saying that I don't know 80 or 90% of the soy is going to the livestock. That's not true. 100% is being extracted for soybean oil that's being used for human consumption. And these are the leftover residues that are frankly useless to humans, but has potential and has been used because of that potential to feed animals these soy-based feeds that are not natural. So we could even argue that if we remove all of the soy from the diets, how much of the soy production would be stopped? We think that it's reasonable to say that it would probably have no effect on the soybean industry. Therefore, there would be less. There would not be less soy, or there'd be no significant decrease in the actual fields that have soy that are being used. Vegans will say, well, we don't need soybean, we can use others. And it's like, well, the others are just as destructive as well. The point is that do not take the animals, create this messed up system of feeding them, and then saying they're horrible and that we should not eat them at all when we've only gone off the beaten path just slightly. We could easily bring that back and avoid all of this. This is a human idea, and that's why anytime humans have some kind of smart idea about improving things in nature, it never works out well. It works.
Can you bring that back up? I wanted to talk about something on that graph.
It works out well for the companies, but never necessarily for the consumers. Go ahead, JD.
Okay, this is Our World in Data, which is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And this is a very misleading graphic. And the reason for that is the way that they've got this presented is not, it's skewed. Let me explain. You see they've got that the blue part there that says direct to human food. And that is not true because you see that oil, right? Now the tofu, the soy milk, etc., that's closer to being direct to human food. But actually, the only soy that's direct to human food would be something like what is the actual soybeans that people eat called?
Well, I mean, down here there's nothing, so you would be talking about others like tempeh.
No, I'm talking about when someone's eating soybeans. What's it called? The little green. Here, let me look it up. No,
I don't know them. I mean, it seems like it would fall under the 2.2% of others. If you're talking about
edamame.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of that? You've never heard of that?
Yeah, I hear vegans always talking about it, but I didn't even know what it was. I thought it was
okay. Let me show you.
If I push down this screen, you'll see my screen less, though. Just let me. Oh shoot.
Okay, I'm going to want to come back to that in a minute.
Yeah, sure. I have it popped up.
Okay, so edamame is this. All right, that's a soybean, and so that is the only thing that would actually qualify as direct to human consumption.
Yeah.
Everything else has been processed. Can you share that graph again, that graphic?
Yeah. Oops, sorry. It's coming in a second. You see it now?
Okay. You can enlarge it.
Yeah. Go.
All right. So right there, that top segment where it's blue, the direct to human food, 20%, that's not the truth, because the oil is extracted. So those soybeans are not going straight to human consumption or directly to human consumption. So it's been mislabeled. So that oil that you see, that 13.2%,
Yeah.
that has been, that's the oil that was extracted from that pink portion beneath that. You see where it says, right underneath where it says 13.2%, it says soybeans processed to soy cake for feed. And so what that does is that's telling a lie that these soybeans are being processed into soy cake for feed, when what's happening is the soybeans are being processed to extract that oil, that 13.2%, and also down there in the green part, where it says industry 4%. So that's oil that's being turned into biodiesel, lubricants, and other. And so you have to add that 4% to that 13%. You get 17.2%. And that's about how much oil is in every soybean. Mm-hmm. So the soybeans that are in that represent that oil, the 13.2, the soybeans that represent that industry 4%, and then the soybeans that represent that 76% animal feed, those are all the same soybeans. Mm-hmm. They're all the same soybeans. So those soybeans are having the oil extracted, and then some of that oil goes to industry, some of it goes to human food, and then the refuse that's left over that is not fit for human consumption goes to animal feed. But those are all the same soybeans. 92% of all soybeans in the world are processed to extract the oil.
This is why they talk about things such as weight, such as calories, because that'll skew. And then you've been laughed at as well when they were trying to talk in terms of weight and calories, and you were saying, no, I want buy the bean. And then you had the whole buy the bean series. The shirts were created, again, showing, let's just laugh and mock, because JD has a good point here. Basically, it's exactly that, because a false impression, it just happens if you take the whole soy plant in all, from husk to everything, and you divide and separate the components. About 20% of the component of the whole soybean plant is, let's say, roughly 20% composed of oil, and then 80% composed of leftovers. The oil isn't good for us at all, but they're going to make money with that. And then this residual leftover, by weight, is fed to the animals. So so again, if you're talking about calories, weight, things like that, again, you're easily, and you wouldn't be wrong, yet it's still deceptive to say, like, oh, look, 80% of the soy, it's all going to the cows. It's like, no, 80% of the component of each soybean is going to the cow, and 80% is completely useless. 10% we can make money off, and it's actually useless to use.
Well, again, it's not going to the cow. It's going primarily to the poultry and the pig.
Yeah, I keep on saying, even me, I keep on repeating that. But like JD says, this is, if we're going to go after the beef with the soy, it's like not even 1%. I guess it's those that might be finished.
That lie has been told over and over again so many times that even people that realize that if that's not the case will continue to repeat that lie, not realizing that their brain has been branded with this misinformation.
It's been seared. It's been seared.
But this graphic is so misleading, because the story that it tells, which is not true, is that 76% of global soy production goes to animal feed. That makes it look like 76% of all the soybeans in the world go to feed livestock. When no, 90%, 92%, over 92% of all the soybeans on the globe are processed to extract the oil, and humans are consuming 100% of that oil, either as a food product or as biodiesel, lubricants, and other stuff. So the oil, which is extracted from 92% of all the soybeans. So how could you have 76% of all soybeans going to livestock if 92% of all those soybeans are being crushed to extract the oil?
And this whole situation blew up on Jeffrey Phillips. The first debate that JD had with Jeffrey Phillips and his girlfriend Ali, or the debate that Ali had and Jeffrey sat beside. This poor Jeffrey brought up this thinking, okay, I'm just going to go through the typical thing. And JD just nailed him with these facts, blew everybody away. Those who were not vegan had no clue, me included, the details and the breakdown and how deceptive it was. So it was a huge shot, and it was wonderful. And it wasn't planned. It was Phillips. What's his name? Phillips. That brought it up.
Jeffrey Phillips.
Yeah, Jeffrey Phillips brought it up, and it was like a little critter getting into a trap, and then all of a sudden the cage closed, and JD just dismantled this. It had a wave, a ripple effect, a repercussion within the YouTube community online, where they had to again readjust things and their wording to fix this. And JD just keeps on chipping away at some of their most age-old tested claims, and he's coming up with some facts that are shattering, in my opinion, the vegan community, to the point now where you can have a conversation online with vegan, tell them that, you know what, you're working with chickens and you're killing only 2 animals, and these animals were ethically raised. Do you acknowledge all these deaths from crops? Yes. You're still fine with that? Good. I'm still the monster. Perfect. Off to the next topic. That's pretty much where we are at, where the vegan community now are just answering within their own community, feeling better, but the answers they're giving are not satisfactory even to gullible people watching that are undecided, in my opinion. What are your thoughts? Like the latest direction that they're taking, I think that you have them frazzled. I think they're on the run, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they're on the run. I wish that I really believed that Carson from Reasonable Vegan was actually trying to get his head wrapped around the actual scale of animal suffering and death that's involved with the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu. But he doesn't seem to be actually pursuing, those numbers and all of the different ways that those animals are being harmed and killed. It seems to be more of a, like the idea of, okay, if Garland's going to continue harping on this issue, then we need to face it and debunk it. And rather than debunk it, I would like him to actually address it in an honest way, which would require him actually focusing on it and looking at things like the fact that insecticides don't just kill insects. They kill birds, and they kill frogs, and they kill salamanders and fish, and they kill pretty much every species. So that happens with insecticides, fungicides, herbicides, is that you can't use this excuse that, okay, yeah, well, but the herbicides are killing, the driving animals towards extinction, but those aren't what we're targeting with the poisons. So we can't be held responsible for it. Those deaths don't matter. That suffering doesn't matter. And that's very intellectually dishonest. That's just trying to get off on a technicality.
Yeah,
You know,
which is what really set me off when I was trying to do my my calculation of suffering is equal to intensity multiplied by duration. I think that makes perfect sense. And the fact I still am not even grasping this whole negative morality or something like that about like, look, you admitted that 1,000 probably wild animals died to bring, the items on your vegan menu to your plate. And you can create all sorts of philosophical mental gymnastics to make yourself, ethically or relatively morally justified. But as far as the 1,000 animals that died, they don't care. They suffered a high intensity death and it was dragged out, most probably, whether it's the farming equipment that has mulched them up and they die intensely painful, whether it's the crop protection farmers that are shooting the wild animals straight point blank with bullets, whether it's the chemical pesticides, rodenticides found more in the, not limited, but a lot in the fruit industry and stuff like that. Again, getting poisoned, overdosing on anticoagulants, slowly bleeding out, and then multiple generation eating those. And you can have second, third, fourth generation toxicities. As we go down the generations, you have low grade toxicities that can cause who knows. So we have a large degree of suffering that is not being acknowledged by the vegans. And the only way, seems to me, the only way that we can provide food with a large reduction in all of these chemicals is just to allow this to go back to grasslands. Let whatever critters are eating whatever critters in there. The cows are going to chomp on it. There's biodiversity. There's less need for pesticide usage. This is the exact cycle that builds the topsoil. Free resources, and there's no other option that is ethical. This is just returning to where we were, just not far away. But vegans want to say, no, screw that. Let's just pull it to some weird Jetsons extreme and see how things go. And because we can do it now, because we have supplement stores, we have fortified, drinks, we have bean juices, you know what I mean? Like, anyways.
are you familiar with this Dublin Declaration?
Dublin Declaration. No, go ahead.
So this is over 1,000 scientists that recently organized, and so they're coming out against this vegan zealotry, and they're explaining that number one, the vegan diet is nutritionally deficient, that there's nutrients that we get from meat, dairy, eggs, and fish that we can't get in plants, and they're going over the fact they've published like 9 different papers, going over the fact that the livestock industry has been misrepresented. The climate change that's been blamed on livestock is misplaced. It's actually the crop agriculture. So pretty much everything I've been saying for the last 4 years, these scientists have come out with this is in a special issue of Animal Frontiers. So, this is something that anyone who's battling the misanthropic cult of veganism needs to, anytime they say, well, the scientific consensus says that a vegan diet is appropriate for all humans at all stages of life. That paper that was put forth by the American Dietetic Association, which is a Seventh-day Adventist organization. They chose, like we've said multiple times, they chose not to renew that. It's expired. It's no longer current. It's no longer relevant. It's no longer their position. Meanwhile, the consensus now is moving in the other direction, where scientists are coming together and saying, stop this vegan zealotry. What you're going to do is you're going to cause major amounts of malnutrition in humans. You're going to cause disease and death and environmental destruction by pushing this agenda that is threatening to criminalize all animal agriculture, cause us all to rely upon an increased scale of harmful monocrops and destroy the ecosystem, grow these oceanic dead zones so that most of the ocean would be dead. A vegan world would be a very short-lived experiment.
And I think that our handlers at the World Economic Forum are completely aware of this, and what they're doing now, they're eliminating for now our abilities, but once they shuttle us into our cubicles where they want us, and we've lost a lot of our rights and autonomies, and we're easily controllable. Believe me, they'll be replenishing and stuff like that. I think that they're quite aware. It's just that, not for you, just for me kind of thing. So they need on multiple levels to have these propaganda campaigns where the population is literally screaming like, yes, take away those cows, give us Beyond Meat. And that's where the World Economic says, you'll own nothing, you won't have any privacy, and you'll be happy. And we're like, how dare they say that? It's like, well, they're removing all the food you need to be healthy, and you're happy about it. So be careful. They're pretty they're pretty good with their social sciences on how to do mass manipulations on people, in my opinion. Let's Go Carney was talking about Joey Carbstrong, talking about killing animals during plant agriculture. It is allowed because the farmers have a right to protect their property. This is what we've already talked about. We should give every insect trespassing now a fair trial. This is a Let's Go Carney at the start. Because can you do a citizen arrest when a mouse is trespassing? But if vegans infiltrate their trespassing, we're allowed to poison them because vegans often trespass as well on private property, right? So are they allowed to shoot them? Who knows? If trespassing can happen, isn't the owner—
That's a good point.
Obliged to put up warning signs? Should we teach insects how to read these signs? They have a right to be educated. Yeah, insects have a right to education too, I wonder what Joey would say about killing a wolf to protect a sheep or a cow. Maybe you do know. That's John Burns saying that. I'm just going through your comments and stuff like that, JD, if you don't mind.
Well, take it. I want you to pause for just a second because I want us to look at this video, and then we can go back to that.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We recently designed or drafted a manuscript that is called the Dublin Declaration, which is essentially a very short statement, but it is mostly an expression of concern coming out of academia to try and rebalance the conversation around livestock and livestock-derived foods, because we feel that it's very one-sided, and a lot of scientists are getting concerned that the message goes beyond optimization and rationalization and improvement of the food chain towards radical scenarios, which could—
Yeah, that's one thing that you notice, that the vegans, they never talk about food security. Mm-hmm. And I think that also points to the misanthropic nature, is that they're perfectly willing to put the entire human race at risk of mass starvation, because all you've got to do is have a drought, run out of water in the aquifers so that they can't use those sprinklers on the crops anymore, or just any type of crop plague that can happen. Locusts coming in. If you're not going to use any crop, they're saying, well, just stop using crop protection methods, if it's harming the animals, well, what they're doing is they're conjuring up a recipe for global famine. Back to the video.
Could have serious implications with respect to public health, how
JD, sorry.
systems function.
Somebody just came to the door. Continue with this.
Okay.
4 minutes, okay?
All right.
And all sorts of other important matters. So we brought in scientists from different expertises and disciplines, which have mostly to do, of course, with livestock sciences and nutritional sciences, to sign the declaration and, as such, give them a voice, which is not often heard, but which offers critical mass and is important to take into account when we will move forward with this debate.
Yeah. So those of you who are interested should bookmark this, pull it up and bookmark it so you can reference it in the future. And there's also, let me see if I can get I will link to that in the comments, as well as the studies that are referenced. In a moment, and I'll pull that up as well. Yeah, here we go. So here are the actual papers. There that is. I'll link to that. The societal role of meat, what the science says. There's more than meets the eye. The Dublin Declaration of Scientists on the societal role of livestock, role of meat in the human diet, evolutionary aspects and nutritional value. So these are, anytime a vegan tells you that the consensus is that plant-based diet is optimal for all stages of life, number one, you can tell them no, that position paper was not renewed. And there are doctors out there that are still telling people that that's the American Dietetic Association's position. It is not. Those doctors ought to be ashamed of themselves for lying to people. And vegans should wake up and stop telling people that that's the position that the American Dietetic Association has, because the American Dietetic Association does not have a position on vegan or vegetarian diets as of today. And I think that may have something to do with the fact that one of the main scientists that signed that position paper, according to reports, allegedly died of colon cancer, which was, she had authored many papers, ironically, painting meat consumption as what's killing people in regard to colon cancer. I'm going to look and see if there's any other Dublin Declaration videos on YouTube. It needs to become a lot more well known. No, it looks like that's the only one. Yeah, There's only one video on YouTube about that Dublin Declaration. We're going to have to make one. Let me see if I can pull that up. Today's food systems face an unprecedented double challenge. There is a call to increase the availability of livestock-derived foods, meat, dairy, and eggs, to help satisfy the unmet nutritional needs of an estimated 3 billion people, for whom nutrient deficiencies contribute to stunting, wasting, anemia, and other forms of malnutrition. So there's humans out there suffering immensely because they do not have enough livestock-derived foods in their diet. Hey, Jason.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, I was just reading some of this Dublin Declaration here.
Yeah, give me a quick rundown because I was only starting and then I had to leave. But it's a bunch of groups.
Yeah, there's an estimated 3 billion people that are suffering from nutrient deficiencies, contributing to stunting, wasting, anemia, and other forms of malnutrition.
Yeah.
And so it's being recognized by scientists and others that the best way to curb this suffering and death of human beings is to make more available to them livestock-derived foods. Livestock-derived foods provide a variety of essential nutrients and other health-promoting compounds, many of which are lacking in diets globally, even among those populations with higher incomes. So even like in the United States and Canada, where most people are eating, a diet that's 75% plant-based and about 70% ultra-processed foods, are lacking in essential nutrients because the plants that they're primarily making these ultra-processed foods from start out deficient in vitamins, and then through all the processing become even more deficient in these essential nutrients. Well-resourced individuals may be able to achieve adequate diets while heavily restricting meat, dairy, and eggs. However, this approach should not be recommended for general populations, particularly not those with elevated needs, such as children and adolescents, pregnant and lactating women, women of reproductive age, older adults, and the chronically ill. So this is a consensus of science that's telling the exact opposite of the flawed and fraudulent narrative that's being told by veganism and its corporate benefactors. The highest standards of bioevolutionary, anthropological, physiological, and epidemiological evidence underscore that the regular consumption of meat, dairy, and eggs as part of a well-balanced diet is advantageous to human beings. Now, that's something that the vegans will not really argue with for the most part, but they'll say, well, what's advantageous for human beings cannot be, they'll say that we can't justify killing livestock just for the advantage of human beings. Meanwhile, they'll try to justify crop deaths based on what's advantageous for human beings. So go ahead.
I was going to say, can I pop up and related to this nutritional deficiencies in relation to the importance of animal food, nutrition, etc. I have something I can pop up quickly, 2 studies. Vegan Dawn started into the conversation. Not sure, but I'm making an assumption here. It says, but there aren't many farmers as you. So this is I'm making an assumption. So we're making a lot of sense, and we're showing that our way of farming is more ethical, more sustainable. And then the vegan, I think, is just going to say, yeah, well, you know what? Hardly anyone's doing that. It's like, okay, well, let's try and encourage more people to do it then. That's pretty much it. They're trying to completely develop this vegan vision that is a huge change that's never been precedented in history, and we're just like, nah, let's just go back like about 150 years ago. Let's do that. It was working. No, they don't want to. I'll share screen. All right, the first one I just wanted to point up was,
It's up.
yeah, this one's been shown often. It's the one with the vegan parents. Not sure why they don't have the typical. Vegan mom gets life in prison for starvation death of 18-month-old son who weighed 17 pounds. I would like to get into the detail. Vegan woman convicted of murder in a malnutrition death of her son. This is 2022. This is just last year. Was sentenced Monday to life. The 38-year-old, whose family followed a strict vegan diet, was convicted June on 6 charges: first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated manslaughter, child abuse, and 2 counts of child neglect in the death of Ezra O'Leary. Her husband, Ryan, remains in jail while awaiting trial on the same charges. Investigators said the couple told them the family ate only raw fruits and vegetables, although the toddler also was fed breast milk. But I mean, if the mom's so damn depleted and this extreme, her breast milk was probably extremely deficient too. The 18-month-old boy weighed 17 pounds, only 8 kilograms, and was the size of a 7-month-old baby when he died in 2019. The couple had 2 other children, 3 and 5, who were also malnourished. A 4th child had been returned to her biological father during an earlier malnutrition case. Yeah, so that's pretty disgusting. And this is not the only one that we've seen. We've seen this one, AJD, the vegan mother as well. Maybe we can see is this the same one?
Well, I've got all of these cataloged in a video. Have you seen it?
No, we can push that one up after. So anyways, you can see this again. This is the same one, but we can go to JD's after. I also wanted to show, let's put this down. Do you see this one from PubMed? Nutritional importance of animal food sources. Is that popped up?
Yeah, it's up there.
Okay, all right. I'll just read the abstract, I guess. Animal source foods can provide a variety of micronutrients that are difficult to obtain in adequate quantities from plant source foods alone. In the 1980s, the Nutrition Collaborative Research Support Program identified 6 micronutrients that were particularly low in the primarily vegetarian diets of school children in rural Egypt, Kenya, and Mexico. So we had vitamin A, vitamin B12, riboflavin, calcium, iron, and zinc. Negative health outcomes associated with inadequate intake of these nutrients included anemia, poor growth, rickets, vitamin A is rickets, impaired cognitive performance, blindness, neuromuscular deficits, and eventually death. Animal source foods are particularly rich sources of all 6 of these nutrients, and relatively small amounts of these food added to a vegetarian diet can substantially increase nutrient adequacy. So just adding a little bit to these diets will substantially increase the nutrient adequacy. So imagine if we are in a position where we can eat locally, go after ethically grown grass-fed animals, then we're as well going to increase our nutrient adequacy in an ethical way. So we have the benefit here, like we have the luxury of being able to set our diet up to be the most nutritious as well as the most ethical. We have that option. So I think we should take it so that we can stand those to vegans with their claims and indeed call them out and say that, no, indeed, we are the more ethical. Snacks designed for Kenyan school children provided more nutrients when animal and plant foods were combined. A snack that provided only 20% of the child's recommended requirements could provide 38 of the calcium, 83 of the B12, and 82 of the riboflavin requirement if the milk was included. So it just kind of goes through various deficiencies, and I'll finish with this one before giving it off to JD. This is looking at the micronutrient deficiencies in India. Now, India is a nation that has a lot of vegetarians. I'd have to relook at the statistics, but even India, which you would think, oh, a vegan nation, I think it's only about 30% that are actually just vegetarian. I might be wrong, but overall, though, we have to take into account any of the deficiencies that are occurring in India also have to do with economic restraints, but it is overall a highly plant-based population. So we can, to a certain extent, maybe pull some information that we could keep in the back of our minds. So India is coming to grips with the stages of nutrition transition according to the food safety and standards. Preventable micronutrient deficiencies is a rising public health precedent in India. However, the foremost public health concern is the lack of national prevalence data. The present study was carried out to estimate the pooled age-wise prevalence of 6 preventable micronutrient deficiencies. Again, we're talking about vitamin A, B12, D, iron, iodine, and folic acid in India. A systemic review carried out using the Boolean research strategy. So the statistical analysis done, let me just go a little bit lower. Oh no, a preliminary literature search yielded articles. However, 270 original research articles were found eligible to be included in this quantitative synthesis. So they're looking at a large amount of the literature and looking at overall what the information that's consistent that they can pull out of there, this large pool of previous data and information. So the estimated overall prevalence was 17% for iodine deficiency, 37% for folic acid deficiencies, 54% for iron deficiencies, for B12 deficiencies, 19% for vitamin A deficiencies, 61% for vitamin D deficiencies. So we could see that in pregnant women, iron deficiency was most prevalent at 81%. So we see that there is a large amount of deficiencies. Again, we have to take into consideration, to be fair, the economic conditions of India, but it doesn't look good because we do realize that India is getting help. They are getting fortified flour. They are getting help from institutions to fortify their food, yet they still remain quite deficient. And I think that that is another aspect of, hey, look, they skimp on animal food. Go ahead, JD.
Okay, so the first thing that you brought up there was a couple of examples of vegan parents going to prison because they were feeding their children, babies, a vegan diet, and they ended up killing their own children. And the vegan influencers, the anti-natalists, of course, and misanthropes, claiming that that these were just isolated cases of vegan parents that happened to be just guilty of bad parenting that had nothing to do with the nutrient deficient vegan diet. So this was my the video that I made to counter that line of cope from the vegans. So this is what I came up with to counter it.
So we've had a lot of requests to make a video expressing our thoughts on the case in Italy, where a toddler was taken away from its parents because it was malnourished, apparently being fed a vegan diet.
Now, let's just start off by saying that this isn't really a vegan issue. This is just about bad parenting, right?
So today, a county grand jury indicted Ryan Patrick O'Leary and Sheila O'Leary for first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated manslaughter, child abuse, and 2 counts of child neglect. The evidence in this case is horrendous. With this indictment, the O'Learys are formally charged with the neglect, torture, and murder of an 18-month-old child due to starvation and extreme lack of care.
This isn't really a vegan issue. This is just about bad parenting, right?
Get back to that breaking news. A Cape Coral man and woman are sitting in the Lee County Jail right now. They're facing manslaughter charges in the death of a child.
It's awful. Let's get right to Jessica Alpern. She's joining us live right now from the neighborhood where these people lived. Good morning, Jessica.
That's right. And we really have information coming in by the minute. In fact, I need to step out of the way because you can see somebody is actually leaving the home of those 2 people who are behind bars right now. I actually just spoke with this woman, asked her if she had any comment about the rest of both Sheila and Ryan Patrick O'Leary. She said that I should contact their lawyer. So that is exactly what I am going to do after this live report. But I do want to show you again, this is the last known address for both of the people who are behind bars right now at the Lee County Jail, facing charges in the death of a child. I have been speaking with neighbors out here all morning long, and they're describing some pretty disturbing details to me, saying that it was pretty rare that they would see the children who lived inside of this home ever outside at all. And when they were outside, they always noticed something suspicious, something odd going on with those children. And I do want to run through the charges that these 2 people are facing. They're each facing 3 charges in relation to the death of this child. Again, one of them is aggravated negligent manslaughter, another charge for neglecting a child with great bodily harm, and a 3rd charge for neglect without harms.
This isn't really a vegan issue. This is just about bad parenting, right?
Titusville police say 20-year-old Julia French gave birth to a son last September. 31-year-old Robert Buskey is the father. They're charged with child neglect. A police report says when officers saw their baby in their Titusville home yesterday, he had sunken eyes, loose skin on his extremities, ribs and other bones were showing. He was unable to move.
I've never seen a child to this level, to this close to possible death.
Police say French and Buskey are not officially married under Florida law, but a person familiar with the investigation says French describes herself as Buskey's concubine under the principles of their religion, Nazarite Hebrew. Documents show when the baby was born, he weighed 7 pounds, 9 ounces. Yesterday, when found, he weighed 8 pounds, 8 ounces. He had gained less than 1 pound in the 5 months since his birth.
It very well could have ended up being a homicide.
This isn't really a vegan issue. This is just about bad parenting, right?
A mom apparently obsessed with being vegan is now in big trouble for allegedly insufficiently feeding her baby. Elizabeth Hoff from Pennsylvania was charged with child endangerment after her estranged husband reported their 11-month-old developed a severe rash he claimed was from the baby's diet. According to court documents, Hoff would only allow her son to eat small amounts of fruits and nuts. His dad took him to a hospital where the boy was diagnosed as malnourished.
This isn't really a vegan issue.
You see the collagen on their face?
Bad parenting, right?
2 years ago, according to these court documents we sifted through, the mother told a concerned dietitian that she and her children follow an extreme vegan diet. That was after she took her 2-year-old daughter to the hospital, where she was monitored for several days and diagnosed with life-threatening malnutrition. An investigation then found that the family's 5-year-old son was also suffering from malnourishment, angled bone, growth delay, and a blood disorder. They were taken from their parents' custody. Well, recently, authorities learned that the mother had a third child, a newborn, who was also suffering from malnourishment.
This isn't really a vegan issue. This is just about bad parenting, right?
News now, and a Sydney couple has just been sentenced for putting their daughter on a diet so severe it left her severely malnourished. Laura Tunster was in court. Laura, good morning. What's happened?
Good morning, Davina. Yes, this couple, who we can't name for legal reasons, have just been sentenced each to 18-month jail sentences. But the judge has decided that they can serve those sentences out in the community under strict supervision. So both the mother and the father have just walked free from court. Now, they pleaded guilty to this offence involving their 19-month-old daughter. Ambulance officers were called to the Queen's Park home in March 2018, where the little girl was found severely malnourished. She weighed just 4.89 kilograms, and further medical tests showed that her bones had not developed since birth. Her parents telling doctors that they fed her on a strict vegan diet.
This isn't really a vegan issue. This is just about bad parenting, right?
This is our most tweeted story of the day, on the day when there's been lots of difficult stories. The mom never took her 2-week-old infant to the hospital, and she now faces felony child neglect charges. Her baby still in the hospital. And Sam, I hear our Facebook comments on this story are brutal.
This isn't really a vegan issue. This is just about bad parenting, right?
Station starting right here in the U.S. about an upsetting crime in Belgium. A judge there has sentenced a couple to 6 months in prison for unintentionally causing their child's death by feeding him a vegan diet. The boy weighed just 9 pounds at the time of his death, and reports indicate his organs had shrunk to half their normal size, and there was no fat surrounding them. It's cause for concern for any parent wanting to try an alternative diet. News Channel 5's Jonquil Newland is outside Vanderbilt Children's Hospital with information that all of us should know. Jonquil?
Well, Carrie, the folks here at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital know exactly what a new infant needs in order to grow strong and healthy. But for one Belgian couple, as they found out this month, not every diet is meant for infants.
This isn't really a vegan issue. This is just about bad parenting, right?
We have to blur this mother's face to protect the daughter she's caused so much damage to. You now accept that that diet was the wrong choice? She was just 19 months old when she was admitted to Sydney Children's Hospital severely malnourished, half the weight she should have been at 4.9 kilograms. She couldn't sit up, she couldn't speak any words, she couldn't feed herself, her carer told the court today. Now 2.5 and still a size 0, she said it has taken hours of persistence and hard work to make the gains that come naturally to other children. The girl's father also pleaded guilty to failing to provide for their child. Last time they presented a united front. Today he walked out of court alone. Inside, the father claimed he wasn't vegan and he simply followed his partner who dictated the family's position on healthcare. At that point, the judge interjected and said he was a mature man who could have picked up his daughter and driven her to hospital at any time.
This isn't really a vegan issue. This is just about bad parenting, right? This is just about bad parenting, right?
Yeah, You see the
Yeah.
giant smile on her face as she's talking about babies dying from a vegan diet.
Yeah, that's psycho. There's also, if you share, just to prove a point about the deficiencies, I think when there's a wide variety of vegan YouTubers talking about losing their period, but it's not just one, it's like a large discussion within the community. I think that that's relevant as well, because it really ties in with like, yeah, it makes sense. They're avoiding D3, they're avoiding saturated fat, they're avoiding cholesterol. They're basically avoiding what these sex hormones are made of. So it would make sense that they would be low. Are you sharing the screen?
No, I'll do it real quick. Hold on.
Yeah. No problem.
All right, it's up there.
Yeah. So it's just all I did was veganism losing periods, and you're going to see a lot of discussion. Have I lost my period on a 6-year vegan diet? Vegans losing their periods. Vegan diet low testosterone in men and women. This is Dr. Greger trying to refute that. Vegan women losing period. There's compilations on it. I stopped being a vegan after 14 years and feel better than I have. So I think a powerful thing would be to look at people who have actually been vegan, look at their testimonies, how they felt, why they became vegan, why they stopped. And I think that if you're taking 20, 30 of these people, I don't need a study with a couple of tens of thousands people answering a questionnaire when there's an overwhelming amount of discussion on losing. I lost my period for 1.5 years on a raw vegan diet. These are telltale signs that there is infertility occurring with those kinds of diets. Go ahead. Yeah, that's all. I just wanted to add that, JD.
Go ahead and read. I'm looking up that FAO study for.
Okay. Carney says vegan booty channel got banned. I don't know if vegan booty, the video we're talking about, or if she just got banned because she's always naked. I'm not sure. I'm just going through your comments. Obviously, this is not my channel, but there is a StreamYard link at the top. If you're interested, Vegan Dawn, especially if you're vegans, to come on the channel. I'm sure JD would be fine with my invitation here to come on, discuss these topics. Vegan Dawn, you're very active usually, and you can turn off your video camera if you're shy and just come on up, and we can have a discussion because you seem to be quite engaged most of the time. Let's go. Carney talked about fermented soybeans. Vegan Dawn. We have to also support local farmers like JD. This is Lori Lee. In the worst case scenario where people don't have access to them, they still have to eat meat. Our bodies need the nutrients. Vegan seems to say, but there aren't many farmers as you. What about the rest? Well, exactly. There's not many farmers doing it correctly, but we should be pushing for people as well as farmers to be doing these farming techniques of raising livestock, doing it in an appropriate and beneficial way. So if we find somebody who's not a vegan that has a setup that creates the least amount of suffering, that should be taken seriously by vegans such as yourself. Stop me when you need. I'm just reading the comments. I cooked and ate ant larvae. They were delicious. You can harvest them twice a summer without destroying the colony. Vegan Dawn, we only have to support local farmers like JD. In the worst case scenario where people don't have access to them, they still have to eat meat. Our bodies need those nutrients. Mentions fermented soybean. If we not sure why Let's Go Carney mentioned that, but just remember that even fermented soybean, natto or natto, is MK7. So it is an MK2, but it's not MK4 that's found in animal food. So even then, again, the version that's derived is always a altered version, K2 as opposed to D3 in animal food, as opposed to D2 retinol, as opposed to what they call vitamin A, which is beta carotene. Like there's always a version that can be converted to a certain extent into something that we need, but it's not easily available. And animal food sources have them always like in these versions that you don't really necessarily have to convert. So any of the nutrients that are being converted are done through like some various processes. They're not too efficient. One large egg daily. So legendary lithium orotate is just talking about how nutritious the egg is. It says one large egg contains 30% of the daily value of choline. It's only found in the yolks, and 90% of the Americans don't hit the allowed intake for choline. Choline deficiency leads to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. 25% of Americans have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. JD punches out a bunch of links. Then the experts say, eat a balanced diet. I'm sorry, but 12 servings of grain is not balanced at all. I eat 50% balanced meat, 50% plants. Seems like a much more reasonable approach there. So Legendary also acknowledges that eating the majority of your food as pure carbohydrates, probably not ideal. His macros are a little different than maybe Ian than I would say, but yeah, like you're getting the point. I agree with you mentioned earlier in the stream about most animals being fed byproducts rather than having crops grown specially for them, and a UN paper. I'm not sure what he's saying, but this was at 135 JD. Richard says, you mentioned earlier in the stream, most animals being fed byproducts rather than having crops grown specially for them. But then he's like a UN paper. Do you know anything about what he's trying to say? This is in your comments by Richard.
Yeah, I pulled up. I was trying to find the actual study, but I think that the FAO has got it hidden right now. But I've got it somewhere in my comments section on my channel. But that's referring to that UN FAO study that proved that the majority of livestock feed is crop residues and processing residues, like corn stalks, soybean meal, spent grains, distillers grains. These are the waste that's left over after the production of things like biodiesel, high fructose corn syrup. After they pull whatever they need out for human consumption, then whatever's left over is fed to the livestock. And that's where the vegans will misrepresent the truth. For instance, with like the soy that we showed earlier, where they try to make it look like 76% of the soy is going straight to the livestock, when no, it's by weight. In other words, you can't make a soybean that's 100% oil. Every soybean is only about 18% oil, but the oil per ounce is a lot more profitable. So they're constantly trying to make You know, they're constantly trying to breed or genetically modify a soybean that will have a higher oil content. The oil, once it's extracted from the soybean, is 100% consumed by humans. Why is this relevant? Because once the vegans concede how destructive and deadly crop agriculture is, the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu, then they try to misappropriate where those crops are going by making the false claim that the majority of crops are grown to feed the livestock. And so their argument is, let's cut out the middleman and stop feeding these plants to livestock so that we can kill the livestock and then eat them. Just feed us the plants straight. Yeah. Ignoring the fact that you can feed these crop residues to livestock, which because they have a rumen, can then transform these nutritionally deficient, indigestible substances into highly nutritious meat.
Yeah, and what they often I find. Oh, were you done? You want to continue?
I was just going to say meat, dairy, fish, and eggs.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Slipped my mind. Okay. We went through pretty much all of the comments over here on the bottom. We invited anybody who wants to come on, Vegan Dawn, to speak as well. What I was talking about is they seem to be devoid of any knowledge of nutrients when they're talking about, oh, well, if we stop giving all that food, all of these crops to the animals, then after we could eat that food. But the majority of the food that they're speaking about is rice, soy, grains, legumes, these subsidized grains that are primarily somewhat of an oil source in some things, and just a filling carbohydrate source. So that's why, again, you'll often hear them speak always about weight, calories, and stuff like that, because they don't want to acknowledge. They just want to think, look, all the food is here. Animals are here, middle ground. So lots of food, animals, and humans. We could go lots of food directly to humans, bypass the animals, but they don't realize that the lots of food that is going into the cow and coming out and being fed to the human is a completely different product. They're talking about a bunch of carbs with non-digestible things devoid of any nutrients that the human requires or can use with these crops, but they're being put into a ruminant animal that is able to transform this through fermentation processes, etc., to everything you need, from every single fat that you need, the best digestible protein that you need. And if we go and eat organ meats as well as bone marrow and really use to the fullness, from nose to tail, we're talking about a complete diet that isn't lacking at all in basically anything. So it gets on my nerves when they start talking, feeding this food, we could give it to them. And it's like, guys, we are talking about what kind of nutrients can be obtained. And what we're saying is useless food for humans get fed into a cow, and useful food is created. Nutrients, fat, and protein that did not exist prior were fed into this organism with a product that is completely free. I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever heard of distiller's grain before?
Yeah, the leftover after they make malt and stuff like that.
Yeah, so it's up there on the screen. This is when they say that these crops are grown to feed the livestock. This is the truth right here, what I'm showing you, the majority of the type of thing that they're feeding to livestock. So distiller's grains are a co-product obtained after the starch portion of the corn kernel is fermented into ethanol. So the same grains that are being used to make ethanol, which is 100% consumed by humans, is being fed to livestock. That's the majority of the grains fed to livestock are things like spent grains, distillers grains. And I'll show you an example of them talking about this very subject. From Purdue University, the value of distillers grains as a livestock feed. So proper production and use of distillers co-products as a feed ingredient have the potential to significantly increase their value and reduce negative impacts on the environment. The terms co-products and byproducts are often used interchangeably. So this was the debate that I was having with Jeffrey Phillips. Is he thought that he could, by calling it a co-product, was some type of win, when really the fact is that it doesn't matter what you call them. The fact is that distillers grains, which are one of the primary grains being fed to livestock, especially cattle, is a spent grain. It's a grain that's already been processed to produce a product that's being consumed solely by humans. The reason this is relevant is because the vegans continue to make the false claim that if we were to force everyone to be vegan, then there would be fewer crops, because the majority of the crops, the LIGOs, are being fed to livestock. When no, it's things like distillers grains, or also spent grains.
When it got to the whole, that's I thought was ridiculous. The byproduct / co-product. You nailed them, because all of a sudden they were caught off guard. Like, oh yeah, 80% or 90% of the soy is being fed to the cow. All of a sudden it was like blatantly obvious. Boom, you threw them, basically off. You threw them, like you frazzled them. But then when they came back, then they started wanting to focus on the chicken or the egg kind of thing, which one came first. And so I was like, okay, listen, obviously the byproduct was this leftover meal and stuff like that. Yeah, they found a market for them. Like, they find a market for all of their leftovers so that they can, make money. Now, the way it's being used, are they making just as much money with the leftover as the actual product? Yeah, probably. There's a good market, and it'll hover. I don't know why they became obsessed with that. They knew that they lied. They knew that, oh crap, he called us off on this one that we love to use. Like, they're never ever going to be able to use that. 90% of it is going to animals, so they've had to switch it. And then they became obsessed with semantics. Co-product, byproduct. No, it's not a byproduct. No, it's a co-product. And it was like, dudes, like, I don't care if they make money on it and they found a good market for it, and that's becoming the staple. It doesn't matter. That's just where we are now. And it seems like they focused on that, and it had nothing really to do with what nailed the coffin. I don't know what you think. When you nailed them, do you think like this whole product, byproduct, co-product was relevant, but it really wasn't. They had already lost the debate when you showed how
it's a red herring is all it is. They're trying to say, they're trying to focus on the semantics of, well, is it a co-product or is it a byproduct? The fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter. You can make it doesn't. It's not that. I mean, are they making a profit off of it? Yes, but that doesn't mean that they're growing those crops specifically and solely to feed the livestock. So by getting rid of the livestock, you're not going to reduce those crops at all. And that's what they don't want you to realize. what they're trying, because the lie that the vegans keep telling is that if you rid the world of all the livestock, then you get rid of 90% of the crops, because 90% of the crops are being used to feed the livestock. And what they're doing is they're, like on the spent grains, the distillers grains, there's a lot of weight there. Yeah. The waste is a lot of mass. Yeah. And it would be an environmental burden if we didn't feed that to the livestock. I'm actually not in favor of producing all of that waste. I think that the soybean market, the soybean industry should be cut back dramatically.
Me too.
Same thing with the corn. We don't need to make, burn a bunch of diesel to create ethanol. I mean, that's talk about getting rid of the middleman. Let's just burn the diesel rather than using the diesel to make ethanol. It's been proven again and again that there's a net loss in energy when you grow corn to produce ethanol and then put the ethanol in the gas. It decreases the efficiency of the engine of the vehicles. They're not factoring in or disclosing all of the emissions that have to do with the tillage that's required to produce all of this corn. But I thought this was interesting. Vegan Dawn here, see on the screen, says absolutely nothing with soy in any shape or form is on my menu. I can tell you that. But meanwhile, here's Bloomberg. What's driving the soy market? Veganism. Yeah. Here's Farmer Patty. Welcome, Farmer Patty. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Yeah, so I see you guys are talking about soy usage right now. I wanted to let you know that Reasonable Vegan asked me to talk to him on his channel.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw him request you to come on his channel. That was in my comments section.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to do it?
I mean, like I have argued with vegans before. I do it a lot on Discord. I did tell him he could message me on my Instagram because I didn't want to give him my personal emails, because one of my emails has my family name and last name on it, and then the other email I just don't want to give it to him. Yeah. So yeah, I'll probably do it if it ends up happening. I don't know what exactly he'd want to try to talk to me about.
He asked me also. He had sent me an email about having a conversation. I put it on the back burner also, but yeah. There's somebody, I guess, something McCaffrey that seems to be hovering around Carson from a Reasonable Vegan since JD talked. I spoke to him on JD's stream, and I won't say the big long story, but basically my premise was, if I have 32 chickens in my backyard and I just use them for eggs, and I slaughter locally, let's say 2 animals, a cow and a pig, and we eat pretty much carnivore and just eat seasonally, I technically would have caused 2 deaths that were very short in duration and low intensity, because we all have to kill something to eat. And I tried to bring that and say, listen, if I'm truly going to do that, I don't see how this is. I see this as even more ethical than a vegan diet, because the vegan admitted himself that there would be, let's say, 1,000 wild animals killed indirectly, not by his hands, but because of his menu. I brought that down to 100. I said, even 50. It didn't matter, because it will always be more than my 2 animals that died very quickly with not a lot of pain. And yeah, during that discussion, it was pretty much mental gymnastics, to the point of them saying, no, we rather indirectly kill 1,000 animals that'll suffer slowly and painful, just so we can say that we didn't directly with the intention of killing them to use them for food. That's insane. I'm glad it was done in front of the internet, but what do you think of that? Such a stupid claim that somebody literally saying, I'm only killing 2 animals, and
I
I'm
think
eating family.
Farmer Patty dropped off somehow.
Oh, great. I have that effect with ladies. Sorry, Judy.
I wonder if
she'll probably pop up again.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah. I changed share screens. I hope I didn't. Oh, here she is. She's back.
There you go.
What? You're there, Farmer Patty?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Did you hear like my question? Like, I just wanted to know your thoughts on like when I spoke to the vegan about like this is how I set it up. What do you think? It was kind of shot down.
So there's 2 things. The first one is that is reasonable vegan's name Carson? Is that his name?
Yes.
Okay, so the first one is the elk question. So what you just posited is the elk question, and what that is that's actually something that Joe Rogan had brought up to a vegan before. And Joe Rogan said, if I hunt an elk and I only hunt elk or any other large animal, I'm only killing that large animal. And even if you were to factor in the gun that he uses, or if he uses a bow and arrow, or if he like has ammunition, like obviously his effect on the planet or animals is much different than a vegan living in the city who drives or takes the bus to go and grab some avocados that came from South America. So vegans, when vegans heard this from Joe Rogan, they were very upset about it, because it threw a whole wrench in. Well, Joe Rogan eats meat, but he has less effect on the planet than they do.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that if Carson was told something like that, Carson would be like, well, then that's vegan. But if he does not believe that you have less of an impact, then I mean, I don't think he's being dishonest, but he's not being very reasonable. He's being unreasonable.
What's interesting is the first time that he talked with JD, I do remember in the comments, and not only in the comments, but he actually said, well, JD, if you're doing it that way, to be honest, I'd have to say that you're vegan more than you are vegan more. You are more vegan than most vegans, and he said that, and I remember seeing that in the comments. I think he was coached to no longer ever say that at the penalty of hanging, probably by the community. But he was right. It was honest in what he said.
I have a problem with him labeling everything as if you do something of less effect than other vegans do, then that somehow makes you vegan. I have a problem with that. And I think that's like, I noticed that he kept having these arguments and conversations with other vegans about this very issue because other vegans don't like it. I don't think that it's right at all to say that people who eat a meat product are somehow vegan. That seems to totally take away what veganism means, what words mean. So Carson's making an argument out of bias, which essentially the things that he likes, he's going to try to jam into this category because he's under the belief and assumption that veganism can never be proved wrong or debunked. Yeah. And so he has to change his whole definition of veganism in order for it to fit that.
Well, it's interesting because all we're doing is a lot of us like omnivores, we're just returning to, we're jumping outside of the paradigm of shopping and by purchasing fruits everywhere. We're jumping back more towards homesteading, towards buying locally and things like that. And this is more natural. It reduces our footprint. It is healthier, and they don't have much to say about that, I think, because in their minds, this has really sprung up in the West, where everyone's on their computers, everyone's just going and buying stuff online, completely disconnected from the reality of how humans functioned, for food and stuff like that. So we're we're a bunch of whales, shamood whales, in marine land, that if we would be pushed out of our little aquarium, we would die immediately. So I think a
Well,
large amount of it is based on ignorance that they're about to push it. But there are some omnivores that are saying, yeah, but what if I just pull it back here? I do a little bit of the egg thing here. I slaughter 2 animals, and then they're all caught off guard, as if it's like, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, speaking of whales, like you brought up a good point about how in the West we have the ability of comfort, so we are able to get whatever we want in no time flat. And we have somewhat ability about like our consumer choices. And like, I don't want to throw out my card here, but this would be one of the cards I would play if I were talking to someone like Carson or any other vegan. Is you should bring up people who live in sub-Saharan Africa, like Maasai, or in North Africa, like Maasai people, or bring up people who live in Saskatchewan and Nunavut out in Upper Canada. These are people who live in the Arctic Circle. They don't have access to strawberries and celery. And at least if they do, we're talking about $20 for just a little bit of fruits and vegetables compared to us who only have to pay sometimes cents on the dollar for it. So they have to eat whale, literally. They eat seal and whale and penguins and polar bears. They're hunting and they're consuming that food for a very short period of time. Their religious belief and their spiritual belief is not vegan. Their belief is that we are on this earth where we can consume animals because Mother Nature or my spiritual deity gave me this product to consume. Yeah. So for a vegan, right, you must ask the vegan, well, here's the idea. Either these people are not vegan and they need to be either forced to move or told to starve, or you must concede as a vegan that it is okay and non-vegan. They are non-vegans and it is okay for them to consume that food.
And that's why, like me and JD, I have no problem saying JD is a lot further along the path than me. I think I'm well versed, but JD knows a little bit more, especially in certain areas. And this is why we're trying to form somewhat of a community that's not carnivore, not keto, not vegan, just just normal people that are omnivores that eat in a rational way that we can back up our ways, just so that we have answers. Normal people can have normal answers to these extreme vegans and stuff like that. So that's kind of like what exciting. Let's say you on the same page, JD, I'm on the same page. So if we can build more of a network where we can hang around panels and chit chat, get to know each other, then these vegan sites that will keep on asking us to come on, we will have the appropriate
wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, and we'll have the appropriate answers, because I know if every one of us are saying, whoa, I'm primarily homesteading. If I'm not homesteading, I'm buying local. One cow. It's important for somebody. It's important for us to repeat, just like they repeat. Very simple lies. Yeah. One cow, one death feeds over 1 year a family. One cow is one death and feeds a family for over a year. Yeah. And if we just concentrate on all of this, and then we lowball, we even give it to them. Let's lowball your diet. Only 20 wild animals die. It doesn't matter, because if we're dealing with homesteaders, we're dealing with buying local to a certain extent. What I'm doing, we're reducing all things, our footprint, we're eating local. And this is the answers that we should be bringing to the vegans. And it should be repetitive. It should be like an echo chamber. Mm-hmm. And this is something new. Nothing much has happened in the vegan world on YouTube program.
Go ahead, Patty.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to speak quickly to what I've gathered is Carson's, aka Reasonable Vegan, what his angle here is. Yeah. And from what I've gathered from watching some of his older videos is that in the past he was much more militant in his approach when he was younger, and I think he tried for years to affect change as a vegan activist. And I think he realized that he wasn't getting anywhere with the belligerent approach And so he came up with this this plan to come across as reasonable and kind of befriend people like myself and try to get the ball rolling towards total abolishment of livestock by getting people like me to come on board with, okay, well, let's get rid of factory farming, the concentrated feedlots. Let's criminalize that. And then let's go ahead and criminalize dairy. Let's go ahead and criminalize leather production and fur production. And so I believe his plan is to get meat eaters on board with abolishing the what he considers no-brainers, and then like boiling a frog, just slowly. I mean, he likes to call me a vegan, but in reality, I'm in his crosshairs as well. I mean, I may be his last target, but I'm certainly on his menu to have abolished. And so it's important to realize that there is this group of vegans out there right now that are trying to come across as reasonable, but they plan on boiling the frog.
That's the bottom line, right? Like you can go through, and this is one reason why I, for the most part, like I don't even debate vegans anymore at this point. I just explain agriculture. I just educate people at this point. Like for vegans, you can reduce them down to, we should, what if I just had a cow and I was just milking this cow and they had a calf and I was like selling the calf. I never ate the cow or anything. The point is, for vegans, it does not matter how nicely you treat the cow. It doesn't matter how nice you treat the pig or the duck or whatever. They don't want you to have livestock, period.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah. They want to remove our ability to be independent, to go off grid. Even where I'm living right now, it's Booneyville here. It's like farms and soy fields everywhere. 32 chickens this year, had 12 last year, tried it out. And now we're like, no, let's all go all out, 32 chickens. We get a municipal paper. Wasn't directed at us, just happened by coincidence. 6 chickens per household. I'm like,
you're saying that's so the local government has put a limit of 6 chickens per household.
Yeah, so limiting my ability to produce food on my own land, forcing me, even if I don't agree with all the jacking and raising of prices. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
I own land, I want to do this. And they're like, oh no, now there's bylaws. It's like, anyways, I didn't say anything. I got my 32. I'll deal with it if they come to me, but I'm going to fight that. I'm going to be like, no, at the price of living, okay, I'm allowed to live on Earth and to have my chickens and to eat off my land if I want. Or else then what the hell's the point of me being here? I may as well just be in a condo.
Go ahead. Well, where I live in Metro Detroit, and in the specific city that I live, that obviously I won't say, they only let you have chickens if they are 150 feet away from any residence. So for most people in Metro Detroit, they don't have 150 feet away from every residence around them on all 4 sides. So essentially owning chickens is banned. Now, why would a city do that if they believe in sustainability and for people to have like equity and access to food? Well, it's because they're concerned with aesthetics. They think chickens are nasty. They think chickens make noise, which is true. Chickens make noise, but it's no different from the noise in Michigan. It's no different from the noise they make constantly working on our roads that keep falling apart every year. So
makes sense. No, exactly.
I think that the aesthetic issue is a red herring. To be honest, I think that it has to do more with removing our ability to be self-sustaining. They want us to be dependent.
They want us to go to the store and and drive to Walmart.
They want us beholden to the corporate, the corporations, the big ultra-processed food manufacturers, Bayer, Monsanto, Kraft, General Mills, JBS, Cargill. So very powerful corporations that are pushing an anti-meat agenda around the world right
Yeah,
now.
they just want protein, eh? They want to be a protein company, and why would they be shoving the subsidized grain into an animal and waiting for that to mature to bring it to market? Just feed us like cows. That's literally what they've convinced us to do. It's like it's healthy to eat like a cow. The vegans like to say too, like, I don't eat soy. It's like, okay, guys, it's pretty much the best that you guys can have to work with. So on top of it, you're a vegan, and then you're saying that you avoid all soy products.
I don't believe that vegans just like outright avoid soy. It's kind of like when vegans say things like, I avoid almonds. I don't think most vegans are out there avoiding almonds. I think most vegans are relying on those products. They need them certainly to keep up their protein and other types of like antioxidants or whatever they need,
Oh, also it's 10%, not of vegans, 10% of us, like normal eaters. 10% of the average population in the West is seed oils. So 10% of your diet is seed oils only, and that's not for vegans. So vegans that say that I don't eat soy, they're literally thinking like I don't eat tofu or things like that. Yeah, I know, but everything in the middle of the grocery store is soybean oil the majority of the time. So a vegan, you're eating your little wrap, your little Triscuit, your little whatever condiment, they all have seed oil. So sorry, everybody is eating soybean oil.
So you know what I do? So with the soy conversation, about 80%, I think it's like something like 80% of soy specifically might go to animals. And those numbers are a little bit funny because some of that soy is not like the actual bean. It's like certain parts of the soy plant. So what I do is I just concede it. I just say, sure, 80% of soy goes to animals. And I say, what of it? And they'll say something like, that soy can go to people. And I say, you know what? Let's do it. Let's take away all the soy for animals. Animals can't get soy in this hypothetical. Now what? And they'll say, they won't really say much now. And I'll be like, so now we have a reduced demand for soy. What's going to happen to your food? Because what they don't realize is that their food is mostly made out of like, it's the bean, right? Either the bean or maybe some part of a soy byproduct. And so I said, now we've reduced demand. The price of soy has now risen. And for every vegan who is relying on soy to complete their protein needs, you now have to pay way more for soy than you wanted to. Are you willing to do that to make sure the animals don't eat your soy? And usually, like, that's the moment where vegans might start fighting with each other.
The JD, am I correct to say that I know that those who are given soy at the end, I know soy itself, like especially if it's not defatted and stuff like that, pure, let's say we're just scarfing in soy, that would kill the cow, wouldn't it? Long term?
Yeah, you can't.
On that,
that's why less than 1% of the soy byproducts are fed to cattle.
Yeah, so it's important to know that. A lot of people don't even know that. So we know it's just a tactic of the market and stuff like that. But yeah, like me and JD had spoken. I don't know if you had seen it at the start, Patty. We went through like the breakdown of the soy, being able to say that 90% of soy is being fed to the animals when 100% of the soy is being fed to humans because they're extracting 20% of the soy in all. The whole plant is
the plant. Yeah, it's the bean.
Yeah, so they're profiting 100% off of that, and they're just getting bang for their buck by, hey, we have a great market for that as well. Therefore, if we remove all of the soy feeding, it's going to have hardly any direct impact on soy production because the majority is oil.
Well, it's the problem of ignorance, right? So vegans advocate against agricultural norms, and they do so under the assumption that they have enough information to do so. and this is obviously wrong. It's very ignorant. But I mean, I can't tell you the amount of times that I've talked to a vegan and they make claims, and I'll say, what made you make this claim? Do you have some expertise in the field somewhere in which, like, you have seen this happen, or you know that it happens, you have a statistic about it? And they'll usually say no. And I'll say, do you have any farming experience at all? And I, like, just a couple days ago, actually, I interrupted someone's activism on Discord, and I asked them, what expertise do you have to make these claims? And they said, my family owns a farm. And I was like, well, what did you do on the farm? Yeah, I was like, what did you do on the farm? And he's like, I helped feed the cows. And I was like, well, what was that feed called? And he could not name sweet feed. He couldn't say it. Like, he did not know what sweet feed was. So, like, this is the problem, right? They make claims. They don't have any expertise behind the claim. They don't know what they're talking about. Therefore, they can't pinpoint the actual problem. So they don't know, when they say soy is fed to animals, they don't know that the composition of that soy fed to animals has to do with a byproduct. Like, if they really wanted to complain about, I mean, an essential part of a crop being given to livestock, well, why not complain about corn? Well, oh, wait, majority of corn is used for biofuel, not for livestock. So I think, like, at this point, all vegans have, and I think earlier you guys were kind of like complaining about the fact that Reasonable Vegan and the rest rely at this point on philosophy. And that's what it is now. Like, they've lost the statistical battle. They've lost the health battle. They've lost the environmentalism battle. All they have left is philosophy.
And it's not even good philosophy at that either.
No, it's not good philosophy. It's just it's subjectivism on steroids.
Yeah, because it does get down to like, you know, just the common sense that you're sitting here with a guy that says that he killed 2 animals, he's feeding his family over a year, and that's
right.
And then they're like, yeah, I know, but some kind of like debate tactic term that's not even used, I think, in proper context, and now they still think that they're winning.
Oh my goodness!
In my head.
Patty, do you see that graph that's up there?
Yeah, go ahead, Gigi.
Oh,
with the graph.
yeah, let me take a look. I do see it.
Okay. So the first thing is that 92% of the world's soybeans are processed to extract the oil. 92% of the world's soybeans. And I can give you the source for that. And it's the vegans own Our World and data source that they use all the time. And so 100% of that oil that's extracted from 92% of the world's soybeans goes to human consumption, either as cooking oil, ingredients in processed foods, or as biofuel, biodiesel. And so they said, well, their comeback to that was, well, if we get rid of livestock, then we can replace that oil with something more efficient, like palm oil, which is palm oil production is already causing gargantuan amounts of.
Yeah, what a bizarre thing to say. Why would they say that?
Yeah, well, there's just a red herring. They don't think they think, well, if we can fool some people today, then maybe tomorrow they won't catch this broadcast, and maybe they'll remain with the wool over their eyes. So what they're leaving out is this graph here, which is I painstakingly went through and calculated every gram of protein in the world represented in the meat, fish, milk, meat, fish, and dairy. I left eggs out of this, but that red bar represents how many grams of protein human beings are consuming every year in meat, fish, and dairy. That yellow bar represents every gram of protein that's produced in the world in soybeans today. Not soy protein isolate that's available, but if you were to extract every gram of soybean from every gram of soybean protein from every soybean in the world, that would be the yellow bar. So if you're going to replace all of that animal protein, then you're going to have to more than triple the amount of soybean cultivation just to replace the animal proteins that you're removing. And then the fact that soybean protein is only about 70% bioavailable, and it's going to be closer to 5 times the amount of soybean farming that would have to occur in a vegan world. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense. And we
Makes
also
perfect sense.
we have the loss of the nutrients. So now you're looking at protein versus protein, but within that red bar, that animal protein is all of the nutrients that we've discussed that are missing in the plant kingdom, primarily the fat soluble.
And the vegans will tell you that all of these synthetic nutrients are made in a lab, but the truth is that they're made in places like this. It's a very industrial, very petroleum dependent process, and it's like a methylcobalamin is going to require about 7 factories that look like this. And so it's not like they're making these supplements in a some pristine lab out of unicorn farts. These supplements are primarily made from petrochemicals and coal. So it's a very destructive process making these supplements, and the supplements are not bioidentical, and they don't come with all the complementary nutrients either, which we've known for decades and decades now that micronutrients are best derived from foods rather than from pills.
Yeah.
And like the supplements like the cyanocobalamin and stuff like that, they'll show some supplement industries where it doesn't look too bad. It's really like, but they don't tell you how they get the raw material, because you might have like a B12 supplement company. By then they have the powder, and they're just buying the raw material and it's going into the gel caps and off they go. But they don't say like, okay, how do we get that raw material that looks like it's just going through a gel machine, throwing pills and stuff like that. They're often in forms again that are not bioavailable. One of the examples that we had mentioned is the D3 and K2 vitamin supplements that come together because they're supposed to have a synergistic symbiotic relationship. But again, you look, it's the K2 is menaquinone 7, MK7, and that is not the molecule that does the calcium shuttling and stuff like that. So you have no idea what you're getting with all of these supplement companies. Don't forget that they're for supplementation. They're not supposed to be to get the main source of your diet. And vegans seem quite happy to say like, well, yeah, but now we have the technology. Now we can do this because we do have supplement companies. So self-admittedly, if they're at least somewhat honest, they'll acknowledge, we couldn't do this before because we just didn't have the supplement companies. And then you say to yourself, I know, but I don't want to rely on a diet that is dependent on synthetic supplements. It's a red flag for me. It's telling me there's I should be able to get this all with nature, with what nature provides. And some of them, again, are just very comfortable with, no, well, that's the benefit. We don't need to eat animals anymore. Not realizing that they're going way off track.
Yeah, well, see, I don't. So at some point, like if you ever experience a vegan who's saying things like that, what you probably should do is you should just create a hypothetical world where you don't have to eat. All you have to do is swoop up a mush that is synthetically made in a lab that'll give you all the nutrients you need, but it has no taste to it. Zero taste, right? That's the main kicker, that has zero taste. And ask them, will they commit themselves to eating a mush that they just slurp up like a yogurt tube and that has no taste, or will they go instead? And that thing has probably a way less footprint than going to get some peppers and making a delicious meal of, like, I don't know, linguine or something. Ask them which one would they take. And if they say, I'm not giving up my taste, well then hold on. You've now given meat eaters like an allowance here. There's some room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Patty, how long have you been farming?
So I started farming about 6, almost 7 years ago. When I was living in Mississippi, like I started out with some horses and chickens, and I was like, wow, I really like this. And so I just kept moving up and up and up with more chickens and goats and rabbits. I started farming rabbits, and now today I want to own a rabbit breeding and like meat rabbit breeding and processing facility when I get my own farm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so after that, I came back home to Michigan, and I applied for an internship to work on a farm, and we were running a CSA, which is kind of like, it's like a market style thing, but people buy into shares of what you grow. And so once I did that, I never lost the love of agriculture, and now I'm an agricultural technology student at Michigan State University.
Nice.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
Yeah. And then I currently work.
Good job.
Thank you. I currently work at a farm teaching agricultural education. So
That's impressive. Yeah.
Is this the first time you kind of jump on this? Like, do you know JD? Are you a regular viewer of JD?
I do. I have watched Garland Farms a little more often than usual, only because now I'm like, it's busy, the season, and I live in Michigan again, so our season is 150 something days. I do crop production at the farm that I work at when I'm not teaching, and so I've been listening to more YouTubers lately, because it's like, while I'm working, you got to like get in game mode, because you're weeding and you're pruning and there's a lot of time.
Thing.
Yeah, so I put on
like
I put on exactly. I put on like a podcast or Audible. Like, I just finished a book called The Social History of Agriculture. It was great. I loved it. So I've been listening. I always knew about Garland Farms, actually, since I think like a year or two ago, and I've just really been listening lately.
Yeah, well, JD has an important message, and in my opinion, it's a message that's not really being spoken about. It's a message that can't be spoken about unless it's from a farmer's perspective. So you have a lot of people, let's say, that have zero experience like me, but intuitively using their logic know, like, this is something's up, So it's important to have people that are actually walking the walk, doing the talking the talk kind of thing. So if you are like, the first time you kind of reach out, like, I encourage you to maybe keep an eye out on my stream and JD's stream, and I'd like to have you on more often in the discussion. Like I had said, trying to build somewhat of a community where we eventually start getting recognized, and that just normal people that are hearing all of this, red meat gives colorectal cancer, saturated fat causes heart disease, watch this. Well, all of these myths and falsehoods that the majority of people who are not into debating nutrition, but they're hearing these lies, and there needs to be a counter echo chamber. There needs to be another, microphone blasting something opposite that happens to be true. So if you want to be a part of that, jumping on my stream, bringing other people that are like-minded, if we can build this community slowly, I think that the few unique messages that were well thought out, that are based on truth, that we're using against vegans, I think they're not too happy, and I think we shouldn't back off. We should just keep on rolling ahead, repeating the truths until people hear it and they're nauseous, because that's how it works, right? They repeat lies till nausea. Well, unfortunately, it's a good tactic, and why wouldn't we try and start doing that with truth if it works?
What is your YouTube channel?
Mine's just Jason John Swartz. It's like my handle on the bottom, Jason John Swartz.
Okay.
It used to be called Fast Keto Crime like 4 years ago. I had did the ketogenic diet, lost a lot of weight. It was the summer where it was very popular. And then there's intermittent fasting, and I've maintained my weight. Extremely passionate about it, but ended up changing it because I also like to just do a wide variety of stuff. So anything and everything. If you look at my topics, they're a little everywhere. It gave me a little bit more of an ability, but my passion's always weight loss, and I use ketogenic diet personally because that's kind of how I lost the weight. So I'm comfortable helping people get there.
Right.
But at the same time, I advocate overall for a healthy omnivorous diet. Me and JD are trying to talk to people so that they understand exactly what carbohydrates are, how to use them appropriately, what they are, because they're fuel, right? So people are told like, nope, eat this many carbs. It's like that's not making much sense. So that's part of it. Debunking veganism, giving another view, like a vision that is actually just a vision of how things used to be, and just that's pretty much I think our mission. So I'd 100% love it if you become a regular and that you speak about your experience with farming and stuff as well. So just kind of an unofficial invite to the family.
Patty, what kind of crops are you involved with right now?
We're involved with wide range. We're doing everything from brassicas to beans to lettuces, and so because I work at a farm that's also a school, we have a store. So we have like a little storefront. So we're growing all sorts of stuff to cater to a diverse group of people who are coming in. We're not selling to a distributor or processor. We are the processor. We are the distributor. So, and we're only using those raw products. So we're not turning one product into another. Well, at least the farmers are not. We have someone who does cook stuff for our functions. So, like, it's kind of a mix, right? It's a farm, but it's also a part of like agritourism. So,
yeah. How many acres of crops do you have?
We're, at this point, I think that we're working with, we have 3 acres dedicated to pumpkin farming. We have, and then we have, I would say we're working with at least like maybe, but somewhere between 5 and 10 acres of diverse crop production.
Is this Is this in a rural setting, or is this in the city?
It is technically the city. I'm going to say it almost feels rural, but it is technically the city. And so that acreage is divided up amongst really one person and 2 people. So me and that person, and then we sometimes get help. So we have like full hands on deck.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I asked whether it was city or rural is because the vast majority of crops are in a rural setting.
Exactly.
Requires a lot of crop protection measures.
Yes.
Whereas the city settings, like what you're describing, tend to be less crops that are less harmed by wildlife. And so
yes.
Your experience would not be typical for crop farmers in regard to fighting off pests. So yeah.
So we do have we have forest area, which kind of like it protects a lot. It protects a lot of those animals that we don't want around. Unfortunately, we do have deer. When we have a deer problem, we have because the farm itself is like actually I believe it's like 90 something acres. So we do have to deal with deer. We have to deal with groundhogs. We deal with birds who get into our crops as well. We deal with a lot of killdeer. Like that's one of our most annoying bird is killdeer. So no, we don't deal with like for someone who owns say like even an 100 or 300 acre farm, right? Their whole farm is not fenced off. We have areas, thanks to the fact that we're a part of a school district, we have a good amount of money that can be dedicated to things like fencing and replacing fencing. So we're lucky in that way. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is a joy working there because we get to get to kids right in the beginning of their growth, right, where they get to experience what it's like taking care of farm animals and what it's like taking care of our lesser known living beings, which are plants, right? Everyone like totally, I don't know, I feel like people really disregard crop production. They are just not aware of how hard that job is.
Imagine.
Patty, up on the screen right now, I put that Our World in Data source for that. It's comes to 92.49% of the world's soybeans are processed to extract the oil. So
Yeah.
this is the vegan's own source. But you see that red line going up
Yeah.
says that's the number of soybeans that are processed.
Right.
For
Yeah.
when you process it, you separate it into two things: animal feed and vegetable oil.
Right.
And then down there at the bottom, you see that green line. That's the amount of soy that's grown specifically to feed animals.
Yep.
And then below that is what's grown directly to feed humans. So the soy that's grown specifically to feed animals or humans is minuscule compared to the soy that's grown to be processed and separated into, on the one hand, animal feed, and on the other hand, biofuels and vegetable oil to be consumed by humans. So by getting rid of livestock, you're not going to remove the demand for that animal protein you would be getting rid of. And you also wouldn't be getting rid of the demand for vegetable oil. So you would have to either increase soybean production by 5%, or you would have to continue cutting down the rainforest to increase palm oil. But then you'd still have that protein deficit that you'd have to cover.
Right, exactly. Yep, that sounds right. I'm not quite sure why vegans struggle with this concept, because I've seen debates that you've had, and they'll argue up and down. Like, I'm not. It's very strange.
Yep. It is very strange.
There in the comments, in the comments right now, the live comments, Patty, just if you feel like it, if you need it, is that Our World in Data link, so that if you want to reference this graph in the future, it's there for you.
I will grab these. I have a whole folder of agricultural facts and information that I pass to people who need it. So I will definitely be grabbing these.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. It's kind of funny when you discover that, like, something being your passion, it never feels like work, which is like which is where I'm at. Like, it working in agriculture has never felt like work, even though it clearly is work. It just, I love it so much.
That's great. I feel the same way. I'm happy for you, and I'm thrilled that you're part of the community, and you're just perfect. You're exactly what we need, is more people like you, promoting agriculture, working in agriculture. You have a natural love for it. Thank you so much for the work you do.
Oh, I appreciate it. I'm not a veteran. I'm in school. I'm still learning. But one of the things that I talk about is I'm a Black woman. So one of the things I really promote is that agriculture is for everybody. I'm 28, so I'm young. So, like, young agriculturalists are severely needed. And because we are working with kids, some of those kids, especially for like our Black students, they never ever have seen someone who looks like them working in agriculture, because it's so crazy, right? Like they have never seen a Black person working in agriculture. So, you know, if some of them had that passion for plants, if they had passion for you know, cows and pigs and horses, well, they can see someone doing it and they can see, wow, I can do that too. So it's been so exciting teaching and educating kids. I'm working on a program right now to help establish, not just for little kids, but getting into middle schools and high schools, programs for those kids to start coming to agriculture, because a lot of people don't realize it, but agriculture is healing. They have studies showing that farmers have the happiest jobs, lawyers have the least happy jobs, and that when people engage in agricultural activity, their mental states go up. When people engage in hunting, their mental health actually raises, because they're being exposed to the fresh air. They're being exposed to nature and animals, the things that we're deeply connected to. So it's, as you can tell, the way that I describe this is such like, it's so exciting for me.
Yep.
That's great. Yeah, you're definitely an asset to all things agriculture.
Yeah.
You break the mold, you know, you're shattering the stereotypes, and
oh yes,
we need so many more people like you entering. You're young, you're Black, you're a woman. You know, I wish all the young Black women would enter agriculture. It would probably be like a keystone turnaround.
Yeah.
Helping to fix things, because it's a new perspective, a new angle, and you come across completely different than us old white guys, you know.
Well, the community, Black communities are figuring it out with you know, more Black people are starting gardens. More Black people are getting into rodeo. More Black people, you might have noticed, if any of you guys watch rodeo, some of the most popular rodeo stars, some of the most popular rodeo stars are Black. And previously, you know, there's obviously a negative history for Black people in agriculture, where, you know, there was slavery, and so the stereotype for a long time was, I don't want my kid to be a farmer because there's history there. I want him to be a doctor or a mathematician or a lawyer. Well, guess what? Farmers can be all three, but they farm, right? Farmers deal with insurance. Farmers deal with litigation. Farmers deal with medical issues. They can be all three. Let them farm. Let these kids farm. They learn so much from it.
Yeah, the only reason they're able to push us towards this ridiculous dystopia is because the next generation is being raised totally disconnected from any reality of how.
From nature. I mean, you watch them, you know, and some people watch Animal Planet and they get mad at the animals. It's like, what? Like, these are animals. They're hunting. That's what they do. Now imagine you people were stewards of the earth, and we should be, you know, we should engage in hunting. We should go bird watch. We should start planting some wildflowers. We're stewards of the earth, and a lot of people have forgotten that.
Yeah.
Have you heard Carson from Reasonable Vegan? I've heard him say multiple times that if he was to see a lion eating a gazelle, that he would kill, if he had a gun or a way to do it, he would kill the lion.
See, I think I have heard this. That's a common vegan. That's a recent vegan phenomenon where they're starting to impart moral beliefs onto non-human animals, and they're anthropomorphized. And here's what I think. And this is going to sound really bad to some people, but this is the only thing. It's the only thing I ever hear Western white young men say, and I say that because, for people who live in the West, because of our disconnection, our dysfunction with nature, we're so disconnected with it. Things like, you know, things like seeing an animal eat another animal, it bothers us. It makes us feel like it shouldn't be happening. But it is actually, the fact that an animal eats another animal, the fact that the animal that it's eating screams and wails, those actions have a direct effect on the ability for its brethren to live on. For an animal to have its death throes and to scream and wail is and this has been well researched. It gives the predators something to focus their attention on. Their attention is now not on the rest of the herd. It's on that one animal that's screaming and wailing and throwing its limbs everywhere. And so simply by dying, that animal has benefited all others inside of its species. And people, if that's Carson's position, then Carson has ceased to understand how the ecosystem works. He is so deeply disconnected from it. He has lost understanding, or he doesn't have understanding about how an ecosystem functions properly.
Yeah, he's like shambling away.
He's repeatedly said that his concern is not with the environment or the ecosystem, that he's focused more on the animals. And I have yet to successfully get him to understand that you can't separate the ecosystem from the animals. When you interrupt or you harm the ecosystem, then there's no way around it. You're harming the animals that live in that ecosystem, that make up the ecosystem. So,
That's exactly it. You harm when you take away what makes these animals so unique, what makes them who they are in their behavior. You have deeply and negatively affected the ecosystem, and you have not allowed them. And that's interesting, because usually they'll say something like, these animals deserve to be in the wild where they can be animals. Well, now you're denying them the right to be those animals. Is that not a rights violation?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, these animals are physiologically bound to be carnivores. So, if you take away their right to be predators, then you take away their right to be healthy and
live.
Yeah. It's ridiculous that vegans are, we as human beings are here for such a short amount of time. We're existing in this universe that's been here for eons, and that they don't understand ecology, they don't understand biology, but they somehow have accepted this messianic complex where they think that they've got the wisdom to interrupt the system that has been here millions of years before they showed up and will be around forever after they're gone. So, where do they get this egoism that makes them actually have the bravado to claim that they could, change the entire, how all of this fits together so perfectly? It's just like a machine that, the predator-prey dynamic, the carbon cycle, the water cycle, all of these require that predators operate as predators.
Yeah. I don't understand it, and the only thing I can think of is just the way that we are raised in the West. We're raised with everything essentially given to us. We're raised not having to go outside. We're raised like Garland, your parents probably forced you outside because you're a bit older than us. But we're just raised with this complex of believing that we are so terribly separate from nature, and we're not. We're not that separate from nature. This is actually something that, like, I think I'm going to mention, like, Black communities again. Like, Black communities, I don't think I've ever seen this in Black communities. There's this deep, and I see it in a lot of Indigenous communities, right? This deep connection with nature, that we're not apart from it. We are it. We're a part of it. There are things, because we're stewards, we're set on this, like, higher level, but it's not a level in which we become arrogant.
Yeah, I think we've in Western society, your pleb class of all colors and creeds and skin tones, we've been domesticated to the point where we don't realize that we are actually supposed to be part of nature.
Yeah.
And so, everything's plastic, everything's climate controlled. People have been completely removed, whether it's plant or animal derived, where their food is coming from. It's people are living in this fictional world, and they just don't realize how precarious that puts all humankind in by being removed from nature artificially that way by these corporations and powers that be that profit from that predicament, by us not having the ability to be self-sufficient.
Yeah. I did notice that Carson, he does gardening. I saw that he like has guinea pigs or something. It makes me wonder, like, I don't know. It's very strange to me, right? On a cultural and personal, spiritual level, it just seems strange to have that position. So, and I'm a Christian, so our Christianity is like positioned on, our relationship with the earth is again that stewardship model, and so it's a very strange concept to me what Carson would be preaching.
Yeah, I think Carson's position on the guinea pigs is that those are rescue.
Rescues. Yep. Yeah.
And he doesn't think that humans should own pets. In fact, he doesn't think that humans should be coming into contact with animals at all. That the only contact we should have with them is vicariously through documentaries being shown in movie theaters.
That's a PETA position. So he must like PETA.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. He does.
That's literally PETA's position. Like PETA's whole thing is that humans should not be around animals. That humans are so terrible, that we should just not even have contact with animals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, he's also, he's against keeping cattle or any kind of livestock fenced in. He thinks that they should be free to roam wherever they want and let nature take its course. Although the other day he said that if he could figure out a way to make lions survive on only plants, or if he could somehow fence them in so they couldn't be predators, then he would do that. So,
what a weird contradiction. Like he sounds conflicted.
Yeah, there's all types of double think or intellectual inconsistencies with him and other vegans that, depending on whether or not they're talking about an herbivore or a predator, whether or not they need to be fenced in, or, for instance, he would like, he was talking, I think it was him, either him or one of his guests talking about, and I think it was him, talking about taking predators and castrating them.
Yeah, I've heard that one. That's just so weird. So does he do name the trait?
I haven't heard him do name the trait. No.
Okay. That's interesting, because if he said that to me, what I would say to him is name the trait in which differentiates those animals. You know what? Actually, I do remember there was a vegan you had on just a couple days ago who tried to do name the trait on you. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I turned the table on him.
Yes, I remember. Yeah. I would ask Carson to name the trait in which differentiates a lion from a child, in which you may castrate the lion but not the child. That's what I would ask him.
Well, I think his answer would be, well, the child should be vegan. The child can survive on a vegan diet while the lion cannot, I think would be his answer.
I wonder if he knew that a child was going to become like a Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, this is going to be a really weird hypothetical, but if he knew that a child would become like a Jeffrey Dahmer, would that change? If he knew that child was going to wreak havoc on communities and hurt people the way like Jeffrey Dahmer did, would he be fine with violating the bodily autonomy of that person? We don't even have to say person, we could just say child. I'm sorry, we could just say person instead of child.
Well, actually, I think the other day, if I'm remembering correctly, he does a lot of hypotheticals. And I think he said in this particular hypothetical that it would be okay for parents to kill and eat their own baby as long as that baby didn't have any brothers or sisters.
What?
Makes sense completely.
That's so odd. What is it about brothers and sisters that is less traumatic than the entire community reading about them eating their child?
I think his reasoning was because the brothers and sisters would be traumatized by the experience, which would be a form of animal suffering. But if
I'm
they didn't
traumatized by hearing it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
And that's one of the reasons why I keep trying to convince him to learn more about agriculture, that all of these wild hypotheticals that he's wallowing around in without any knowledge about agriculture, they're really leading nowhere except for making veganism look like a bunch of psychopaths, you know.
Well, that's why that's why and I know I keep mentioning hypotheticals, but I try to stay as like well within the bounds of real life as possible. Because when you learn about agriculture, you are learning about economics, right? You are learning about how markets work and how the systems work, and which allows people to engage in that activity. And so if Carson, like, this is why I say they've lost the argument on so much stuff, they got to stick to philosophy. And philosophy involves a lot of crazy hypotheticals.
Yes,
that's all I see them doing. It's all of these, mind games. Okay, assuming that I'm an alien and I have no idea, but
Assuming an alien comes and tries to eat you, like those ones, yeah.
Yeah, they just come up with all of these weirder and weirder hypotheticals, and they jump around in this fantasy world. But they do come up with, based on their worldview, their starting point, they come up with some genocidal and quite psychopathical conclusions by anthropomorphizing these animals and in a way elevating the animals to a human status and degrading us to an animal status. But then after you ask yourself, well, if we're just animals, then why can't we act like animals? Why are we just another complex system? But all of a sudden there's these moral obligations set on me that are not set on grasshoppers or groundhogs. So that's where they have to.
That's where they'll say that you have moral rationalization.
Yeah, something like that. So it's like we are animals, but we're held to a higher extent. So it's like it's this.
Yeah.
Goalpost.
Well, here's the part. If one species if one species has the ability of moral rationalization, the other species does not, then we have a problem called reciprocation of rights. And so if animals cannot reciprocate rights, and they're not even able to represent themselves, then we have a problem about how societies are formed. Now, vegans will say something like, yeah, but there's plenty of humans who can't reciprocate rights. And that's true. There are children who can't reciprocate rights. There are disabled people who can't reciprocate rights, but they are the outlier, not the norm.
Okay.
So the rights concept, I've had many a conversation with vegans about what rights mean and what rights should look like. Many of them do not understand it. They do not, I mean, like, if they can't even get past positive and negative rights, well, how are you supposed to have a conversation about rights? Rights are a legal concept. How do you in part, and they might say something like, well, animals have the right not to be hit, but that's not true. Animals don't have rights, they have protections, and protections are different from rights.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Very good point.
Yeah, they throw the human rights, but then after, when they want to shoot the wild animals in the face, then
Yeah.
all the rights have, the goalpost has moved. So there's constantly, it's constantly inconsistent, and they just keep on moving it, and it's fun because they're looking more and more stupid. Like it's just becoming their arguments. They're grasping now, at straws here, hoping that the majority of the public are maybe not too bright. It seems like they've accepted that. Well, you know what? As long as we convince ourselves of a lie, as long as we find something, a mantra that we can rotate around, we know it's starting to look completely idiotic to the people outside, but let's just support ourselves. Is this good enough? Is this lie? Okay, let's repeat it for a while and hug each other. It seems like that's what's occurring. To the point
Veganism
now,
looks
it's not even
crazy.
convincing. It's not even convincing to the outside. I think
Veganism looks crazy to a lot of people because it's culturally bereft. So it's apart from culture, except for, I think the only people, and actually when I think about it, I think even like Eastern, and this is like the big difference between the West and the East, right? The West can take things from the East, but it doesn't mean that they replicate it well, especially things like religious and spiritual concepts. The East has a position about the way in which you engage with nature. It's not that you become completely apart from nature, it's that you respect nature so much that you don't want to do any harm, which is where things like Jainism comes from. The desire to not even move rocks around because you have messed with the environment in a negative way. But vegans take these concepts and turn them on their heads in effort to bring other people around. Well, we're not just like, we can mess with a rock, right? But we can't, but we need to like tell people what they can and can't eat. What Jainism is arguing, the natural state of the rock is to stay there and never move because rocks don't move. The natural state of man is to eat things, so they deny themselves something because they find them to be of like moral significance. They find to be human is to have the ability to have like moral rationalization. Vegans don't even do this. I think vegans take it, they think about things on an emotional level, not a spiritual level, and they say, because I feel this way, therefore it should not happen. That's not what Jainists and Hindus and vegetarians in the East do. They don't say it because they feel it. It's not based upon that. It's a spiritual belief that they have.
And when you look at animals when they were hunted with a lot of these indigenous tribes that we have access to, at least now, there's a profound amount of respect as well. Seeing and eating what in a way was an understanding. There was respect given back to the animal for its sacrifice, and nothing was wasted. Everything from the organs right down to the hide and the bone marrow were taken. I got a package running, but anyways, it's just to show that there was a tremendous amount of respect. I'll be back in a second.
No problem. And what he just mentioned. So someone in the comments said that they didn't understand why I said like white Western men ideals, and what he just said for me hit the hammer on the head about the difference between the two. Throughout history, this is kind of funny, but a good movie in which portrays this is Pocahontas. If you watch Pocahontas and you see the part where the colonists or the settlers are looking for gold, they're not looking for gold in an effort of respecting the earth or to show beauty of the earth through products of gold. They're looking for gold for riches, for personal reasons in which elevates their wealth. And that's highly the mentality of Western countries, and especially in like European nations. It's why we had like concepts of feudalism is based upon the things that you have in which are able to show your wealth and aristocracy and aristocracy to everyone else. And that's a common concept in the West. And it's just It just so happens that the people of the West are heavily European. It just so happens to be that way. So when I say something like white people, I don't mean in a negative way. I'm just saying that it is a fact that European people and people who come from Europe are white. I hope that is not offensive now that I've explained it. But those society, when Native people and Indigenous people take from the earth, they are taking it in reverence. They're saying, my God, my spiritual advisor gave this to me because he loves me and he loves this earth. Therefore, I take it and eat it because I love them too. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So for vegans, especially Western vegans, they don't see taking of an animal as a sign of respect because there's not a relationship between spiritualness and the relationship that they have with the earth. They see it as you're taking it for you, just you, only you. And there's nothing special about you in the relationship that you have with the earth in which justifies you taking it. That's the mentality. And I think our friend who just left put that into like perfect perspective.
Yeah, his name's Jason.
Jason, yes, Jason.
Yeah. Have you seen those persistence hunters in Africa?
Are they the Maasai people?
I don't remember exactly. I was focused on the hunting method and how they filmed these guys. One of the things that separates humans is the fact that we sweat and we have the ability to run for miles and miles and miles. And it's like the oldest known hunting strategy is this persistence hunting.
Or you just walk and wear the animal down.
Yeah, they would several guys would kind of pass the baton, so to speak, chasing this animal down over days until it finally dropped down from exhaustion. But they're filming this whole process. But when he finally killed the animal, you can see that he did it in a very somber, respectful way. He's giving thanks to the animal for giving its life, respecting nature. And it's not just something that I think that vegans are missing, but I think even most meat eaters don't, because they're so separated from where their food comes from, is that people just don't know how to give thanks anymore.
Yeah, 100%. People really do not. You think about even if someone doesn't believe in God, you think about like during Thanksgiving, how many families out there actually sit down and say, "Thank you, family, for the food," before they eat. Even if they don't believe in God, how many times have you ever been out with a family that says, "Thank you, family," or "Thank you, mom or dad, for providing this food for us"? A lot of even Christian families, a lot of them aren't praying. Heck, I mess this up all the time. I don't pray before I eat. We really have lost the concept of being respectful, thankful for our food, because to us, it's just on the plate. We don't ever see the face.
It's literally like knowing our place in the world. We have forgotten our place in the world.
Yeah.
It has to do within nature and what we eat, how we're supposed to eat. I find, like I've always said, I didn't have an opinion maybe on it. It might, I don't know, you tell me if this sounds sexist. And this is something I've recently come to. Mind you that I have this opinion and I'm putting that opinion into actual play. But I mean, obviously men and women overall have way more in common than not in common. This idea that both parents go to work, leave their children, go to work, and that it's somewhat the culture that's raising, whether it's the daycare or the after school or the school programs and stuff like that. Basically, we have strangers that are raising our children. It's been set up now where economically, like you can't almost afford, you can't even afford to have one parent stay at home. But I've seen how this has affected, because I've raised 6 kids, 4 that weren't mine, 2 that were mine, in this paradigm where mom and dad get up in the morning, go off to work, kids get home, we yell about homework and get all frustrated, hurry up, eat, and then just repeat and stuff like that. I think it's a completely flawed paradigm. I think that the most important job in the world is being a mother and raising a child. Those formative years, those first 5 to 6 years, can and do it? Yeah, probably. But does hormones have influence on our behavior? Definitely. Seems like the hormonal profile of women seems to be geared to create a maternal and something that is required. So we're raising our granddaughter, and that's exactly what's going to happen. My wife is staying at home. This child will be raised and imprinted with our values that happen to be Christian, and the bond that's going to be created is something that has been lost. And I think this is a large part where all of this is going wrong. I think that it wasn't sexist when women used to do that, because I think that women were just restrained before the tampon, before the pill. They didn't really have control over that, so they were somewhat limited. But it worked out because the man seemed to be more aggressive, seemed to be less maternal, seemed to be physically stronger. So it just made sense that, and it wasn't based on sexism and domination. It was just based on practicality. I think that the way it was set up, it was more beneficial for him to do that, for the woman to stay home, to imprint. And then this, I think, strong foundations. This, I think, is what they're trying to destroy. And one of the things is by saying that it's sexist to say that women are optimal, even though I acknowledge men can pull it off. But I think that I've gone way back. My wife is staying at home. We're going to get physical, the financial, it's going to hurt us financially. But right now it is so toxic, in my opinion, and I don't want to get into ideologies, but what's being pushed even prior to school, just daycares, is toxic. They're false ideologies that is purposely being pushed to completely ruin the West, and I'm protecting it. So we've completely gone back old school, what we'd call maybe sexist old school values.
So what you're? Oh yeah. Well, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I was going to ask Patty to say what she wanted to say.
I was gonna say that I think what you're discovering, and I do believe that women are more maternal, in that we're more emotionally available, especially for children. And this might sound like a stereotype, but when children get cuts, men might say something like, "You're okay, go rub some dirt on it," right? Women will kiss. Yeah, women will kiss your boo-boos, right? So there is a difference. There's an obvious difference between men and women, in which one is more emotionally available often than the other. But I will say this, I will tell you this. So historically, men and women have kept up the brunt of work in agriculture, particularly. Even back in the 50s, to have your wife at home, even back in the 50s and the 30s, was a luxury that was afforded to people who had good jobs and were fairly wealthy. So in the South, you'll find pictures, on people's mantles. We're talking about generational farms that people have passed down to each other. They had pictures of their mothers and their sisters and their daughters, all working the fields, and some of them had babies on their backs. And this has been the case for a very long time. So it wasn't until industrialization was the driving force behind this, that men started going into work within machinery and plants, and women would stay home often. And even as they're staying home, they're still engaging in a lot of agricultural and skillful work, such as things like sewing, right? So you'll find historically, if you have the ability to stay home, like my position is this: if you want to work, go work. If you want to stay home, be with your kids, because I'm telling you, I have 2 children. If I had my own farm and was living in my own house, I would be at home working the farm and having my children join me. That's the
Yes.
lifestyle that I want to live, in which I can be with my children all the time and help them grow with these skills. I can't currently do that, but I hope I can one day. So it's beautiful, right? That your wife can be home with children, but but always remember, obviously, if she wants to work, remember historically, women worked with their kids, even in the fields.
Yeah, because at this point, like I still hear talk about the pay gap, and I'm kind of like, I don't know about other places, but at least in Canada, the people in my department that are women are getting paid what I'm getting paid. The doctors, seems like I think there's more women doctors at the moment in Canada that are working. They're getting paid the same. I see lawyers.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson said that when they're talking about the pay gap, they're looking at the lump sum, and they're also not taking into consideration that women who have the free choice of going to work seem to be working in jobs that may not be paying as much. So it's just an interest. They seem to be not focusing in that. So then when you step back and you look at overall men and women, lump sum, like the vegans like to do, very vague calculations, you can say, look, overall men are still making way more. And it's like, yeah, they may be choosing professions that way. But
it's that and a couple things. Like, it's the fact that women get pregnant, right? It's the fact that the fact that women who a lot of, we have a epidemic of and this is happening in all racial groups, this epidemic of separated households where women either have the kids in their custody or they're sharing, but women are more often to take off of work because maybe they're sick, or maybe they're having a really bad menstrual time, maybe their kids are sick, right? And women often bear the brunt of that. So there's a lot of reasons for the pay gap. Obviously, it's wrong if someone's paying a woman less because she's a woman.
Yeah, 100%. No, that's definitely
And women represent about 30% of agricultural workers in the United States. So we're getting up there.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. It's like, man, a father can pull off the single parent and stuff like that. It's at the point though that like we're taking the way it's set up for us was my wife had a great job, preclinical research. She got ill. We're still trying to figure out diagnosis and stuff like that. So that's why she got out of the workforce. And unfortunately, the way it's set up, she ain't getting paid, as well. When the kinship of our granddaughter was decided, this all happened at the same time. So I think it's not even a choice for my wife. She wouldn't have gone back to work, but all of a sudden now I can see, wow, like, yeah, this is not comparable. If Michelle was already me and her doing the fostering, but taking off, her going somewhere, I was like, yeah, that's a huge difference than her being here every day, talking, with Nana, doing, work with Nana, conversing. It's just uncomparable. And nobody has the luxury almost of doing it, but and society is set up in such a way that we're having trouble meeting ends even with both parents. But I think right now, we should bite the bullet for our children, because there is a toxic agenda. They are coming after our children behind our backs while we're so busy and struggling with the day-to-day things, with dangerous, toxic ideologies. And parents, I think at this point, I'm willing to bite the bullet.
I think it's why it's important for people who have their kids in like any system that they are worried about. Make sure you instill your kids the values that you would want them to share with you. And knowing that you are a responsible parent, right? If your kids are running into problems at school, they know how to handle it because you raise them in a way that glorifies the ideology that you want passed down to them. You know, so
My
that's why
school is great.
that's why I say that I want my kids to be around agriculture. I want them to be around animals because I want them to share that stewardship spirit.
Yeah. When I was a kid, like my schooling, amazing. Now, if I was sitting here going like, we should homeschool. No, it was really good. I mean, geez, there was no violence. There was music. There was cross country. There was art. The parents were heavily involved. My mom was running the library. I mean, it was rich. The teachers went out of their way. I found out for 6 years, the whole music thing was one teacher doing that on her own. Now, me saying, hell no, get my kid out of that. No, like, sure, you could, but what are you taking them away from? Something horrible? No, but I'm talking about this is different now. I have a Muslim coworker, and she's saying, she's like, my daughter's coming home, and she's saying, girls can be this and boys can be that, and she's saying, no, that's not our belief, honey, and it's like, why are you guys talking to the kids about that? Teach them math. Keep your those things. I don't want to start talking about the details because it's iffy, but that's why I'm taking it out. It's like they're not being taught like sticks and stones may break your bones. Have a firm foundation, family, know who you are. Don't be affected by other people with other opinions attacking. Like all these old school values of strength, resilience, and things like that are not being taught. So
that's just something that you have to really make sure that you're teaching inside the home, right? Because the reality is that kids are going to grow up, they're going to not have your guidance all the time, and they're going to grow up in a world that's like, for me and you, seems like a strange world because we weren't raised around it. I don't care what I will respect someone if they want to be called, she, even though they may be born male. I'll respect that. But there's obviously like some things where like maybe drug abuse might become cool with kids, right? Maybe that's something that could happen. I want my kids to understand that we don't do those things because they're not healthy for you. And we need to just remember, if someone offers you something like a drug, you got to say no. And you got to you got to care for yourself and care for your body. So it's those values that start at home, right? Just like when I say I want them to value being stewards of the earth, those values started at home. And it's because they're gonna grow up, right? They're gonna grow up and they're gonna see stuff that they had never been around before, but to have them know how to respond to those things in kindness and being firm is important.
Because I've seen the opposite effect occur, and this is for me because while my wife was a Christian, she never spoke about it, and I wasn't, and I spoke. I have a big mouth, so what I was careful not to do was to overwhelm them, especially the fact that all of a sudden dad's values changed. I didn't want to turn them off to that. I've seen that with like Jehovah's Witnesses, some of the more extreme, versions of Christianity and stuff like that, that the children are completely turned off. So I had to be careful where I was going to do like my wife, start preaching the changes that I wanted them to see. Oh, there's changes in my dad. I thought that would make it more of an effect. But this other overwhelming them, isolating and protecting them in this bubble for where they're put into that anyways. And then they either have no tools or they completely rebel and do the other extreme. I want them to be as well educated. My two last ones, they're 15, 16, 17. It's like a little too late, they're almost adults, but for this next granddaughter of mine and stuff like that, I'm kind of excited because I used to tell Michelle, I raised 6 kids. I made so many mistakes raising them that now they're all grown up. I've learned from my mistakes, and damn it, I think I really know how to parent. Now they're gone. And so now I'm blessed with a chance of using some of my life experience,
Yeah.
it's really
That
cool.
it's choosing our battles with our kids. We got to choose our battles. All right, I actually have to go because I have to pick up my kids in a few minutes.
Sure.
I've got to go too.
All right,
I want to thank you, Jason and Patty,
Yeah,
both. Great conversation. Patty, you're more than welcome to come back anytime.
Of course, yeah.
Your input, I think, is very valuable. Sure enjoyed your presence today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is actually not my final form. When I debate vegans, I'm way more aggressive.
Well, I'm sure.
Good.
All right. Thank
Well,
you guys so much.
Bye.
Okay. Thank you, Patty. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah. See you,
as
JD.
always.
All right, guys, I'll be doing my live stream for ketogenic diet at 6 p.m. Eastern. So that's in
5 p.m. Central.
Yeah, that's it. I'll be doing keto, so you're free to come on, guys. All right. See you, JD.
All right.
Another great
See you,
stream.
Jason. Talk to you soon.